Hello, hello, everybody. Good time of day to you, as appropriate. Phase out those jams. So good, though. How's everybody doing on this wonderful Sunday? So good to see you, Ivy Blade, Chicken Man Phil, Seebly TV, Core, J Mitch, time appropriate greetings. Meister Buddha, thank you so much for the 9 months of Prime during the pre-roll there. And Travi, thank you so much for the tier 3 and those 19 months of love. Dudnigator, thank you for 15 months. The sub love is real after the long weekend. Or, well, regular weekend. I don't know, it just felt like a long one. Happy to be back here in Banners of Ruin. We've played, what, 2 runs of this game so far. And we were able to defeat the prince at the head of the castle and unlock the wolf character class. During that run, we saw that there was a passive on, at least that one of the wolves could pick up. The wolf that we added to our team that gave them some seriously powerful bonuses if they are the only party member. So my idea for today was to see if I can deliberately hunt out that passive and make a run kind of centered around it. Oh, I'm more than happy to explain the basics, Seebly. I'm sure that here, starting a fresh stream of this, there'll be plenty of folks who have not really caught this game before, so I'm more than happy to talk about the base mechanics. Bartafast, thank you so much for those 2 months. Just got the last achievement in Slay the Spire. Congrats on getting all those achievements. Big deal. No, we're well past the sponsored segment. This is completely of my own volition. I do genuinely enjoy this title, in no small part due to the music and art style, which is definitely a big one when it comes to getting me to personally come back to a game. Am I still like humming those jams to myself later on? And the answer for this game is yes. I love this kind of orchestral style. And I'm curious to see if there's anything more here. So far, Banners of Ruin has proven to be a somewhat breakable deck builder, but that's not necessarily an unenjoyable thing. And I think it's got some really interestingly designed enemy encounters and enough different viable strategies that it seems like it's a pretty fun time. Let's see. I'm gonna adjust a couple things here. Yeah, I think my microphone was a little too far away. I should be a bit louder now, without actually changing the audio balances here. Anywho. So, Banners of Ruin. This is a deck building roguelite. Takes quite a few design inspirations from Slay the Spire, but in Banners of Ruin, you're controlling a kind of adventuring party almost of different animal creatures who are sneaking their way through a castle town and trying to avoid the town watch and the castle guards. Legends Runeterra has revamped their lab mode. Now that's interesting. I thought that the lab mode of Legends was pretty interesting, but really suffered from pitting you against the exact same encounters in the exact same order each time. curious if they've tweaked that or not. So my approach to this run is going to be to start with 2 wolf characters. You always start a run with 2 different, well, 2 characters, and you get to choose from all of the unlocked classes which ones you want to play with. We're going to go with 2 wolves, and my intention is going to be to lose one of them on purpose. I'm also going to additionally complicate this by playing with an oath of some kind, just to try one out. These are score multipliers. You can click the red X to lose one before the start of the run. Oh. Oh, is there any reason to do this? That's my question. I guess if I want to do it as a challenge run right from the beginning. That is genuinely tempting. But my thought was that we're probably not going to be guaranteed to be offered the... we're not necessarily going to be offered the lone wolf passive immediately. So my thought is that if we start with 2 wolves, we get 2 chances at rolling the correct passive, and then we can kill off whomever doesn't roll it. So that we're more likely to actually get our build online quickly. Whereas we'll suffer more if we start with 1 and don't get the right thing. That's my thought, anyway. Anyway, what oath do I want to start with? Certainly not this one. Anybody remember Death Ends the Game? Although, that's a good oath to... Actually, hold on, wait a minute. Can I just... Alright. That's a big score multiplier, too. Okay, there's a reason not to start with both of them. And I'll allow it. So we're going to be starting with 1 wolf and any party member death. Anybody in this party, if they die, it's game over. Let's go. So normally in a run of reselect your first talent. Interesting. Interesting. So normally in a run of Legends, Banners of Ruin, you start with multiple party members who will each have their own stamina and will to contribute to the pool. The base card playing of Banners of Ruin is fairly similar to Slay the Spire. You draw 5 cards per turn. Cards you do not play get discarded. When the draw pile is empty, you shuffle your discard pile back into your draw pile and start going through again. These fundamentals are identical. And the basics of blocking and attacking are pretty similar. We have cards that give us block, we have cards that do damage, and some of these will apply different statuses and conditions. The game likes to refer to these with icons a lot of the time, which can be a little confusing. We'll try to talk about each as we go through. You'll note that each card has 2 costs in the top left here. A yellow cost in stamina. Stamina is a per-turn resource that each character in your party replenishes. And the bottom cost in blue is the will cost, a per-combat resource that does not replenish until a battle is over and is used for special abilities, as well as certain cards, like Withdraw here. Finn Gray, thank you so much for the 15 months of support. Is talent? Talent is not a passive, right? These are the 4 talents. As a character levels up, they'll get both passive slots, which provide constant benefits, very similar to the relics of Slay the Spire or the passives that you get playing through Roguebook too. That's another similar comparison. And on even-numbered levels, you'll get, I believe they're called talent cards, special cards relating to your character's race. The different races get different passives and different talents. Let's try pre-select the first talent, see what that actually does for us here. Select Yarnsworth, our wolf. Get a talent. Oh, and we do get an Oathkeeper immediately. Well, that's gotta be good. This is the perfect card for this build. Action Rise, oh, thank you so much for 14 months. Never Surrender could be pretty good, too. Applying 15 block to an ally and giving us a will. But Oathkeeper is a card that permanently increases in damage every time it's played. We're being offered this right at the start of the game, and we're only playing with one character. So this card will quickly and easily scale to Infinity Land. That's pretty hype. So that is our... Doesn't show up here. Interesting. But it's in the deck now? Question mark? Or is that just going to be what our talent is when we level up? We don't get it yet. Interesting. That's right. No exhaust, no need to kill. All we have to do is play it. Amoyo, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Much love on this fine Sunday. And we're granted high spirits before the first combat. Raucous laughter echoes down the dark, damp tunnel. The embers won't suspect a thing. Bobber, thank you so much for those 100 bits. You can't be here. So we're put into our first combat. Our wolf comes equipped with medium armor, giving them 14 block at the start of combat. They also have a round shield equipped and a hand axe. Each character has an armor slot and 2 weapon item slots that add cards to the deck that they can play, essentially. Hey, SRF, yes, indeed, we are trying a solo run here. Hoping to see how this goes. That's right. We can play another character's wielded weapon card as the wolf's special ability. However, there are no other characters, but we can put items in the stash and kind of use them as if they were from another character. So the wolf's ability will still do something in a lone wolf run. So kind of like in Slay the Spire, we've got ourselves on the left, enemies on the right. Each enemy does broadcast what its intent is. In a similar fashion to Spire. These are a lot smaller though. The kind of intents are a very kind of tiny tooltip at the bottom of each enemy's feet. If you mouse over these, you'll get a mouse over the enemies. You'll get a full detail on what they're going to do. And if you're playing through this yourself, I do encourage you to take the time to read through all of the little text that pops up, because it is quite important in a lot of cases. Anywho, enemies tend to attack a particular position or... I'm trying to remember the terms here. We've got ranks and rows? Is that what they're called? Rows? Anyway, each side of the battlefield is a 3-wide, 2-deep formation here that can support up to 6 units. And attacks will usually target a particular portion of this, either targeting one of the 6 squares, targeting either the front rank or the back rank, or targeting a line, one of the 3 positions and whatever's behind it. As we get cards that can move us around, we'll be able to avoid enemy attacks by moving our singular character to spaces that they're not attacking. For example, if we were able to relocate here, we could dodge both of these attacks. Another important thing to note about combat in Banners of Ruin is if there are enemies in both... Wait, why didn't that cost me any stamina? Hello? Oh right, because I start with high spirits. That's right. If there are enemies in both ranks, excuse me, then the front rank and the back rank will take their turns separately, one after the other. So you get one turn, then the front rank of enemies gets a turn, then you get one turn, then the back rank of enemies gets a turn. In a fight like this, we can actually take one turn for each enemy, now that we've kicked one to the back rank. Let's just finish you off to avoid their turn entirely. The enemy rank that's getting their turn is highlighted in red here, so there's a visual indicator of sorts. Discard a card. Currently we're only gaining 2 stamina points per turn, which is a serious limiting resource for this character. But we'll have to, as we level up, we'll get more and more. Boy. Alright, that first combat easily defeated. Deal 5 damage. If opponent is in the back rank, deal 4 damage plus 4 per character's level. That's an interesting one. Does this game have a clash? Ooh. I'm struggling to... I'm going to take that. I'm struggling to think of a card that works like it, but there's definitely some weird ones. The Informant. Hooded figure looms in the dim light. It seems they've been expecting you. As you turn a corner, you find yourself confronted by a wiry figure, their identity masked by the dim light, but their noble birth betrayed by their fine robes. I know why you've come to Dawn's Point. I can help you reach him. Offering us to help find the prince. I think we'll try to make this a prince run, too. We have to help their family escape, and they will smuggle us into the royal castle. Now we start our first actual act, so to speak. In the outer districts, there are 3 piles of cards here before us. Each pile has 16 cards inside of it, in the pile as indicated. And as new cards are revealed, new kind of choices get revealed to us. You can kind of think of this as the branching map portion of Slay the Spire. Basically, we're being asked to make choices about what nodes we're going to visit, and, you know, whether we'll face combats or what have you to get various rewards. Instinct. Oh, I see. Yes. Well, we might be offered another copy of it. So each card that's revealed comes with a stack of counters on it. And every time you choose one of the cards from any pile, all the other cards remove 1 counter. When those counters hit 0, they also get removed. So in this case, no matter which of these combats we choose, the other 2 will be removed afterwards. I'll pick the leftmost one, but I don't think there's a difference, really. Alright. 3 against 1's going to be pretty tough, actually. We need to either separate their numbers. They're going to do 8 times 3 damage to us. We can block for 15, but ultimately we have to kill one, and quickly. Or again, separate their ranks with the kick card. I guess I'll just block this turn, but again, it's a losing proposition. We block for 15, we take 24. But I can't kill any of them, right? No, I can't. Deep Strike does relatively little damage at the moment, because none of them are in the back ranks. So I'm just going to block this turn. And I get plus 3 or more allies. Oh, they don't have 3 or more allies. Okay. So, if I momentum into Sharpened Steel, we can kill one. They're going to apply bleeding to me and do a lot of damage. That's deeply unfortunate. The round shield can block for us, but only for a little bit. How much energy do we have per turn? Only 2 stamina per turn right now, which is our really big limiting factor until this character levels up again, probably at the end of this combat. Looks like we're going to have to take some serious damage to make that happen. But that's potentially okay. We'll have withdraw next turn or so, and I think what I should do is just kill the mouse before this gets really murderous on us. So, momentum gives us 3 charge, boosting the damage of our next attack by 3. That means Sharpened Steel does 11 plus 4 bleed, which is enough to kill the 14 health of this mouse before they get to stab us again. But we still get stabbed by both rabbits here for quite a bit of health. Oh dear. Okay, but they are both targeting the middle rank here. We can use Withdraw, which does cost our 1 will point for the battle, to move out of the way. We're still attacking that middle rank, so we don't take any damage here. We should strike back. Didn't get kick, but we'll kick one of them next turn. Hatchet does 8 and gives us 2 charge. Vanguard does 10, so they're basically the same. Take the charge for the next turn, I guess. You suffer that 1 bleed, though. Gold energy and blue energy, that's right. Called Stamina and Will, I believe. Vanguard is just not quite enough. Do I kick one, or I should just kill one of them? That's going to be better. Block does carry over from turn to turn. You can think of every character as having barricade at all times. Be a short fight, potentially. Or a short run, rather. We're gonna win this fight, but at what cost? We'll need ways to get some health back, or ways to win quickly. We want to have this run last much longer. Only 1 blue point per combat for now, but we can level that stat up quite quickly. Could actually skip his turn by kicking him. Seems unnecessary. Have some bleed, sir. Okay, hopefully we'll be quite a bit stronger during our next combat. That does stuff when it's discarded. We currently have no ways to discard things, so the distraction's very good if you can discard it. Coordination has ally effects, deep breaths, discard ruin cards. We don't have any ways to get ruin cards at the moment, so we're going to skip all these cards. But we do level up. That's going to give us more max health to work with. Not more current health, though, interestingly. And now we actually get the Oathkeeper. Sweet. And we will upgrade our stamina so that we can play more cards per turn. Oh, jeez. A nasty combat. An elite combat. Or the Blackfoot agents, which let us discard a random combat. There's no way we're going to survive either of these heavy combats for now. We need to get a few weaker combats so that we can maybe get some more health back somehow. 200 florins won't be enough to buy any cards at all. Let's just hide. Alright, offered 2 combats. This mouse left begging at our feet for his life. We let him go before, and he immediately fetched guards. I think I'm going to take a combat here. We'll see if we can win a basic fight at this point. My hope is that we can. now that we have additional stamina each turn, we should be able to win one of these combats. 8x3 headed our way on turn 1. These mice are pretty easy to kill, though. And we can, in fact, Vanguard Oathkeeper to kill one. We'll take 2 more. I'm not that comfortable with, but it does get Oathkeeper leveled up. So I'm going to do it. Basically want to play Oathkeeper every time we draw it. And we could potentially prolong this combat to make sure Oathkeeper gets played a bunch of times. 2x3, 6 damage each. Can only block for 10. No way to move. We really need more cards that can relocate us. We could go Strike, Sharpen Steel, kill another one, but then I take 6, go down to 4 HP. Really prefer not to do that, if possible. Got Round Shield coming up. Okay. Choose to do this. Please don't murder me. Okay, yes, we've got Withdraw. Do some serious shenanigans here. Separate them so that they take their turns on different turns. And then get some charge. So we dodge this attack. This mouse did actually retarget. Didn't realize that that would work that way. Doesn't matter. Simply kill them. Little turd, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Glad you've been enjoying the YouTube content. Shout out to the YouTube for being wonderful. Okay, we could kill the mouse with Vanguard, but we would much strongly prefer to draw Oathkeeper again and play that. And BB Tech, thank you so much for the 2 2s, the 22 months of support. There are upgrade tokens that you can get in Banners of Ruin. They socket into cards, kind of like in Monster Trade, where the upgrade simply has an effect of some kind that gets added. Oh, Brace is a good one. Gain 1 Anticipation. The next incoming damage to this character is reduced to 0. Costs more each time we play it, but we really just need... to have the first couple of things go well, right? Let's face it down in one more combat. Service. Everyone in the game has Barricade, that's right. Alright, we need to be able to win this. That might be really challenging. Could be very challenging. So we've got an Enforcer, a Bear, and 2 Beavers. We really need to draw our Kick or our Withdraw, or at least, you know, the Oathkeeper soon here, so that I can eliminate one of them. This turn I can block for 15, and then Brace will avoid some of the damage. I don't have a way to kill any of them this turn. Let's just go with the block strats. See what they do next turn. Get stronger. Well, this might be my demise. Well, here's the Withdraw, so we can dodge all of them. And then strike one of the Beepers. So they're all attacking, as you can see, the middle rank here. And this is what allows, I think, the Lone Wolf run to have some reasonable chance of success. Is that with a single card you can negate massive amounts of enemy damage by repositioning cleverly. Yes. Okay, so if we can kill you, which we certainly can, Rush should do that, right? We have 3 stacks of charge. Next time the character attacks, the damage is increased by the stacks of charge. So 1 by 3 plus 3, this should be 4 by 3, right? Yes. Let's see, we definitely don't want 4 bleeding to be applied to us. So we gotta be careful here. This bludgeon ability says if the opponent has more than 18 block, and that should be after the beaver goes. So beaver goes, knocks me down to 9 block. In that case, let's just guard 1 time. And these are both equally tough units. Let's go for the bear next. Actually, it was not clear that that's how that was going to work. Makes sense, though. 12 damage. Do 10 plus 12, not enough to kill here. So we really need to kick one of them. I need to kick the bear into the back rank here. But I think these damage intents are not accounting for the charge, which is making them visually a little hard to parse. This looks like it's actually going to do 8 damage. Let's see. Yes, that did 8 damage. So I have to remember to manually add their charge. That's really unfortunate. Tell me I can kill this nerd. Deep Strike is going to do 5 plus 8. It's 13 damage. Plus 5 plus 21. That's not enough. Oh, I think we're dead. Because this does 13 and I can't block for that much, right? Dang. Close but no cigar. Okay, let's give that another go then. It's a shame. The Oathkeeper, I think, is exactly the start we need for this lone character run. I'm gonna give it another go. We'll take that same oath. Yeah, with a few levels, I think we'll be very, very powerful indeed. I wonder if a better weapon would help us more in the early game. Let's try that. Pre-selecting my first talent actually didn't feel that helpful. Ooh, damage invulnerable, or... Oh yeah, the Rondel Dagger. 6 by 2 damage and 5 bleed for only 1 cost is an extremely good one-handed weapon. I do like the round shield a lot. The block ability it gives is pretty good. Could dual wield the club. Actually, what I'm going to do is put the club in the stash, because we have that ability. Once per combat, we can use our will to play something from the stash. Ooh, and I get max vitality as a boon here for some reason, which is extremely useful. Alright, already feeling good about this, actually. Alright, let's just start with a kick here. Separate them. Why did that card get banished? Because it was a stash card, maybe? It's not readily apparent to me why that card got banished. So is this going to be then 9 by 2? Yeah! It's pretty hype. Yeah, okay, that's pretty cool. I did not realize that, the sash card's banished like that. Target has more opponent than the... Oh, another withdraw. Yeah. I want more withdraws. Although the will cost of these is a little annoying. If we can find a way to generate will, which I believe the wolf does have, then that could be extremely useful. And here was the combat we had trouble with beforehand. This time we can actually just kill the mouse with the dagger instantly. Yeah, that's a much better weapon to start with. I think having a good weapon makes all the difference here. Good timing on your withdraws. Also super helpful. Let's just deal 10, okay. So where before we completely struggled with the first couple of combats, here we've been able to do them without damage because of the Rondel Dagger. Challenge is exceptionally useful, I think, letting you mirror the block of an opponent. Definitely going to be helpful in the late game, but can also be useful to get your block started in combats that are difficult. We'll definitely take that. Block naturally retains from turn to turn in this game, Fire Run. So whenever we generate excess block, we get to keep it. Kind of represents the thickness of your character's armor, and most combatants will start combat with some amount of armor because of that. None of these are Oathkeeper, unfortunately. Sacrifice transfers health to an ally, not useful to us. If you banish a card this turn, spawn a Wrath to hand, dealing 20 damage to a lane. That's interesting, but I have no way to reliably banish cards. Allied character has no block, apply block equal to weapon damage and charge. Yeah, no, we'll take none of those. But we will upgrade our stamina to 3. Augment your party. Or gain a random upgrade token. And this has 2 tokens on it, so I can gain the random upgrade token, which I think will be extremely useful. A humble stone well reveals itself to you in the center of the street. Most folk don't know what this is, the beggar whispers without lifting his bowed head. I see the crow's foot on your cloaks. Speak his name and he shall reward you. Ask for wealth. Gain 10 gold every time you play a particular card. I'd rather take something else. Feels to me like... what do you mean I have to choose a card? You're allowed to apply upgrades on any card, though, I thought. Anyway, let's upgrade Vanguard with... Oh, no, that's right, I sacrificed a skill. Shoot. That's right, it's also a removal. I was not paying enough attention there. Well, Vanguard is a pretty useful attack, so what I should have done was remove a strike. But I'm not exactly upset with this. This is what I get for trying to simultaneously do 2 things. Oops. Alright, well, let's set the card draw to something we always want to play, which is probably Momentum, actually, since it's free. Let's augment our party, whatever that means. A dusty old green tablecloth on which a few dozen items sit, each no bigger than a mouse paw. Your gaze drifts to the group of wooden trinkets and then to a crow's foot brooch in particular. Aye, friend, that's what you think it is, the old hare whispers. Genuine hornbeam. Black church iron. From the church that burned. It ain't right what happened there to your people. He points to the brooch. A friend of mine gave me that half a lifetime ago now. He met his end, same as the tree that bore this, I expect. In flames. Take it. It should be with its own. Never did know how to wear it proper. Anyway. Honor. Wear the brooch. Gaining 3 restoration for the next 3 combats. That's healing. Sinister. Opponents in your next 3 combats start with 1/3 HP, but you earn no gold or XP. Or actually take something else. And I think that's what I want. A random upgrade token for 150 florins will be a permanent boost to one of our cards. Also a fine choice, he says. -1 stamina cost? Hell yeah, that is a fine choice. Give me the cost reduction on the Rondel Dagger so that it is free to play. We are allowed to move those upgrade tokens between cards, so if we decide later on we prefer something else, then we can. I know from experience this fight or flight combat is murderously hard. The heavy patrol is a lot more reasonable. Let's try our hand in this regular combat first, though. We'd really like to get to level 3 so that we could get our first... passive. Especially if that passive is Lone Wolf, because that would make us instantly so much stronger. This guy doesn't get to take a turn. Discard this. Another rush or another momentum. These are starting cards. I'm not really a big fan of them. If you're generating a lot of charge, it can be useful. Charges like Inspire from Slay the Spire, where you get bonus damage on the next attack. None of them seem that good, though. Heal the party. How do I feel about this heavy patrol? I think we're not quite there yet. Just get our experience the old-fashioned way. I is vulnerable. But I don't want to be vulnerable. Too bad for me, apparently. So vulnerable makes us take 25% more damage. Not too bad. Gonna go ahead and withdraw out of the way, gain more block, and we'll start murdering Mr. Bleedman. Get murdered. Okay, we have 3 stamina still. Justin X, thank you so much for the 3 months of support. Can we play the club? Yes. To do so, we have to use the Wolf's special ability. which does cost 1 will point. So it's either use the club or use one of our withdraws once per combat. It'll be more useful later than it is now. Okay, let's momentum the kick for now. Okay, the man is dead. Damage cards, though. Alright, and we're through. I guess, Keysor, you could say that this fight was pretty harrowing. GG. Alright, does level up to 3, so we'll get to choose our first passive. We could try doing Experience Strike. That's a fun one. Deal 5 damage each time you play this card in combat, plus 5 damage, but if unplayed during cleanup, the damage is reset. So if you don't play it during your turn, it resets its damage. You can avoid that by discarding it, interestingly. Now, the card doesn't explicitly say whether it resets between combats. My imagination is that it does reset at the end of combat, but it's not actually clear to me if it does. And it would be a very interesting card if it didn't. I also like Calculating Strike. Yeah, it sounds like it doesn't reset, and I'm actually willing to take it... I'm willing to take it just for science. I guess I'll do that. The other good one is Calculated Strike, which gives us preparation to draw more cards, and I know some of the wolf talents also interact with that. Alright, do we get the thing? Whenever this character takes damage from bleeding, gain a will. Whenever we play a talent, a random hand in our card becomes 0 cost, or whenever we gain block, gain 5 more. Well, Impervious is really good. I really do like Impervious, giving us tons and tons of block, so we'll take that to start. And I will upgrade Stamina one more time, at the very minimum. We'll probably start unlocking, or upgrading rather, our will shortly. Hand. Hooded figure emerges from the shadows, startling you for a moment. They reveal a friendly token, and offer you something for the road. May the wind always be at your back. Ooh. I'm a big fan of the powder line of cards. They let you do damage to an entire rank of foes and apply some kind of status. In this case, crippled. Dealing damage to enemies if they move. I'll grab a yellow powder. Chrono, thank you so much for that. 34, count them, 3-4 months. That's a lot of moons, sir. Oh, and the Cultist offers cards. Cultists have some pretty interesting cards, including ones that let you take advantage of bleed, and I think that could be a really cool strategy. Bleeding is a big thing to have to worry about in a run like this. So if you can get cards or abilities that make you immune or benefit from bleeding, do some good stuff. But we'll say hi to the Sage. He will let us remove a card. Gain a skill, remove a card, or reroll a talent. Yes, I'm actually gonna... Oh, I can't reroll the talent because I never took the talent in the first place. But that would have given us a second chance at a scaling card. Just remove a card. For clarity. Let's lose one of our strikes. search parties here. Get out of the way of that crazy weasel. Weasel guardsmen. So these are all doing damage to the front rank. We can simply withdraw out of the way. And I'll boot one of them too. Oh, I actually can't avoid these. Note how I'm still getting lit up. Prioritize this front rank. Doesn't actually specify the front rank. Interesting. Well, it's not applying bleed, so I'm okay. The defends are a lot more useful now that we have the impervious trait, giving us +5 block. Especially this round shield card, which gives block 2 times. We're quite a bit stronger now with 4 stamina per turn. Ooh, I was not paying attention though, and I got bleeded. I got bled real hard. We have to end the combat quickly then. Let's start scaling up our impervious strike. Yeah, we did take some health damage there from the bleed, but not too bad overall. Ooh, Invigorating Blow is great. This can give us regeneration if we can stack its damage somehow. It's also a 0-cost deal 8. I just really like this card. Very, very good card. Yeah, a 4-cost Body Slam, not only 4 cost, but also remove all your block in order to do damage equal to the amount of block you have. That's the, I guess, the kind of price you have to pay for Body Slam in a world where Barricade is free. Bleeds do go through armor, although counterintuitively poison does not. So you can block poison, but you can't block bleed. Chance to improve. That can give us even more permanent stamina, I believe. Let's take that. Some enders are hot on your tail. Although it does cost 10 current HP to get that permanent stamina. Forthright exhaustively bludgeons the lock with their weapon, till it finally thunders open. Forthright does gain more. We're at a crossroads, so we'll clear the street. And then combat. This one looks like it's a more difficult combat. Am I in the mood for a more difficult combat? I think that I am. Okay, this doesn't look too bad. Does any of this apply bleed, though? That is something we need to know. Not currently. But I think the weasel bled me last time, or maybe it was the frontline guy. Doesn't really matter, does it? Gain lots of block, at least. And this backline guy is applying tiredness. Okay, these apply bleed. Okay, and yes, this does not retain between combats, as you'd expect. Unfortunate, but it just makes sense. To deploy this. There, we used the club for the first time. We can actually just kill you too. Good. And no bleeding will be applied to us. not a hard combat at all. Nobody is vulnerable. Nobody gaining any restoration. Or any of that. Quick hands. Draw one card and then gain 3 preparation. That's a ton of card draw. Actually, I really like that. Well rested could potentially be useful if we're getting winded somehow. We found, ooh, a crossbow. I really do like the crossbow. It's got a really high weapon damage. It's a two-handed weapon though. Or the expert bow, which creates 2 rapid fires, dealing 2x5 damage. Ranged weapons will let you avoid stuff like retaliate effects. I could put the I will put the crossbow into the stash. Take that with us. And we leveled up, getting another chance at Oathkeeper. There it is, Oathkeeper! Every time this card is played, the damage increases permanently. We're still well early enough in the game to make this a crazy powerful scaling card for later, and we just got bonus card draw. Which makes me want to invest in my stamina even more, but I think I'll go to 2 points of will first, before we go up in stamina any further. Either a random upgrade token, or we can buy cards from the Brawlers. Let's gain another upgrade token. What do you got? Another draw a card effect. Perfect. We put that on quick hand, so it becomes draw 2. It feels pretty good. I want to do that. The Oath to absolutely destroy everybody. Hey there, Ninja. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much for the 8 months of support. Chance to heal is pretty reasonable. We could make some money off the guards, but let's modify the deck. Perhaps an opportunity to learn something new. Training alone only embeds your errors. Leave. Or we can meditate to gain a point of will. Now that's interesting. I don't think these are the options we had last time. I remember this being a card removal. But +1 will is excellent. There's our informant task at the boat merchant. Let's take the heal, I think. Although another combat is great. We do want to get more levels, and we do want to get Oathkeeper leveled up. You can only put 1 upgrade token per card, is my understanding. The 3 bears. You just dodge all of them with a withdraw, easy peasy like. Oh, withdraw is so much more usable now that we have 3 will. That's great news. Give the less health. I will bonk that man many a time. More than 18 block applies 4 vulnerable. Or 4 bleeding, actually, excuse me. And they're all trying to do that to me. Help! Oh god, what have I done to myself? It takes so much bleed. No! No, you're all bad men. I only slightly regret every choice that I've ever made until this moment. So we take 8 damage through our block, and that goes down by 1 each turn. We gotta win this fast now. Oh god, they're doing it again. Yeah, we have to withdraw out of the way. Or kill one. Here's where some kind of bleeding removal or bleeding counter becomes exceedingly important with one character. Or regeneration, which we can get. Wondering if I can redraw the invigorating blow with this much charge and get some healing out of it. Let's try that. Yes! Good. Good. That did 14 or more damage, so we gain 4 stacks of restoration. That'll heal us for a bunch. If I can do that again, life is going to be good. That'll at least mitigate our bleeding damage. If we can land that again, then we can... Although that was requiring both the crossbow and the other thing. Let's see. Apply vulnerable. Yes, Oathkeeper applies vulnerable. Okay. Yeah, so we Oathkeeper, then momentum. Is that I can do that again, then. Maybe we should just play Oathkeeper and end this fight. We're down to 17 HP here. Pretty spooky stuff. Yeah, I think that's what I should do. We need a way to heal now. Target has more charge than block, deal 4x3 damage. That's interesting. This character attacks an opponent on the same lane, gain 6 block. That's gotta be good. That's constantly gonna give us block, and it's a card that banishes. So it's kind of like a power card, essentially. Yeah, let's do our informant task. Send a boat to the noble quarters. Arrange for a boat to be sent to the royal court. Still haven't checked if you're allowed to sell or buy and send the boat. I don't trust the game not to forfeit the task. Takes 5 damage. How about no? Can't. Only 1. That's what I thought. Yeah, this looks nasty. Especially with this opening draw, there's just not much I can do about it. Alright, Weasel Man in the back, prepare to die. Thankfully we got that impervious trait giving us a bunch of free block. Just gotta be very mindful about, you know, stuff. Yeah, we gotta... That bear in particular is the threat. Actually, all of these are gonna apply bleed next turn, because they stinky. Let's focus on the front row for a moment. We really wanted that withdraw next turn. That's okay. These range attacks will... Oh god, those apply winded. So I'm not going to have much stamina to play with next turn. Oof. Fortunately, we drew withdraw, so we can avoid all of this, as well as bonking the bear. Oh, that's right, that's the terms. Rank is the front or back row, and then lane is whether you're top, middle, or bottom. Should avoid all these just by going over there. Okay, now the back rank is shooting. Character is in the front rank, gains 2 vulnerable. Well, how about no? Have you ever thought about that? How about no? It's not enough damage. We need a little bit more charge so that we can get that invigorating thing to work with some reliability. I guess. Same lane. So does that give me block 3 times from rush? Oh! Oh, that's actually really good. Okay, so we like multi-hits a lot with that ability. Because not only do we gain block 3 times, but each instance of block is gaining +5 block from the impervious trait, so that is a truly enormous amount of free block. That's pretty hype. Shame about that experience strike. Get the Oathkeeper back at least one more time. Theoretically, I can play it 2 more times, and if I can get any healing out of the Invigorating Blow, I'll do that as well. Definitely some incentive to just hang about here against an enemy who has no ability to apply bleed. Actually, yes, they do. They do have the ability to apply bleed, therefore they die. Select a target, move them to a vacant position on their rank. Oh, and good old brace. Them to a vacant position. That still keeps them in the front or back. I'm trying to figure out what the use of this is for us. I don't think it changes the enemy targeting. Just keep the deck schmoll. Alright, Lone Wolf passive, come on. On time. Energetic. At the start of the turn, if this character is at more than 75% HP, they gain a stamina. Sure. Strikes and guards are twice as effective. That's not bad. Or honorable. Wolf. Whenever you break an opponent's block, apply 1 block to that opponent. There's a reason to do this, but I'm not sure what it is. Interesting. I guess Fundamentalist is fine. It's for honor! That's right. I think staying at full health is going to be pretty difficult. There's not a lot of healing opportunities. That's right, there's other stuff that activates when you break blocks, so I guess that would be the reason too. I'll take Fundamentalist. We have yet to actually take that. And let's upgrade our stamina one more time. 6 and 3 feels really good. I'll mess with this heavy patrol. Feeling brave. Okay, 3 bears. That could actually really kill me. If I am not extremely careful. This is a very nasty looking fight. Remember, these bears are bleeders. But only if you have too much block. So we gotta be careful not to have too much block. Only the optimal amount of block, or whatever. It's currently lots, because 30. So do I want to play both guard and solid footing? No, I think I'm going to play guard and use the crossbow on one of these bears. Need to take these bears out. Alright, next turn they're doing the nasty thing, so we gotta stop them. We have 3 charge. We could use that to make yellow powder do big damage to the front row here. Unfortunately, we drew both withdraws, so there's no avoiding the bludgeons. But our strat can be simply don't have more than 18 blocks, so don't get tons of bleeding applied to us. Some rush to do a bunch of damage with. Both get plus 9 from this charge, essentially. Simply a question of, do I all want it on the same target? The answer was no, I didn't. Oh, that's right, these are twice as effective. So how much damage does this actually do? 10. Okay. 10 is reasonable. And yeah, that's going to follow us if we move. Okay. Really grateful for the bears not having their turn at the same time as these Weaselmans. Well, strength. Okay, there's the Oathkeeper, up to 18 damage already with Oathkeeper. Certainly a way to deal with the bleed. Simply don't get bled. Easy. Easy, easy. Okay, they're all planning on moving, so that's extra detrimental to them. Crippled status effect makes the enemies take damage when they move. The opponent receives vitality damage, they take bleed. Fortunately, we are not receiving vitality damage. So blocks are now 15, thanks to Fundamentalist. Here. Next turn, I can Momentum Invigorating Blow to get some health back? I can, yes. Okay, we're gonna get some health back here then. Although I think we get a heal chance shortly. Right, if I gain just more charge. And then Invigorating Blow. Yeah, gain 4 restoration here. Some regen. Oh, I do miss out on Oathkeeper for that. It's unfortunate. 6 damage applied to vulnerable, draw a card. Take the Calculating Strike, more preparation, more card draw. Great Axe. If this breaks the target's block, deal damage equal to the block loss to all adjacent enemies. So there's an example of an interaction with the Honorable, although it's not a particularly good one, I don't think. Oh, here's a good one though. Winged Mace does double damage if the opponent has block, so there's a great use for that. Provisions, hire party member, or heal up. I'm gonna take the heal. Thank you very much. We certainly don't want more party members, right? Does cost money, notably. And then we're on to our first boss in the hideout. Against Spitter. Famous amongst the criminal underground in Dawn's Point, this mouse packs a poisonous punch for his size. There must be a bounty on your head. I've not fought Spitter before. We've got barricades, as well as 2 gang bruisers and Spitter. This damage to a random opponent rank. These guys apply vulnerable. You can avoid some of their stuff. There's our Oath Keeper. Can I simply attack behind the barricades? Looks like I can. Oh no, we're taking cover. While this character is behind a barricade, they cannot be targeted. Noted. Alright then, let's just smash a barricade. Have some stuff. That's still targeting me. That did give us poison. At combat start, 1 poison is applied to all opponents, so we just had that. Poison is fairly similar to poison from Slay the Spire, except totally different. It's damage every turn, but it is blockable. However, poison goes up each turn rather than going down. There's no escape. Target's poison stacks are 5 or greater, deal additional damage equal to the poison, and reset the poison to 1. Interesting. Some cool abilities there, dude. Is the barricade bleedable? That's the important question. Yes! You take that, you stinky barrel. That'll teach it. I'm gonna dodge again. But use the crossbow. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It's our last point of will for the combat. So have 3 charge. Not gain more. Guy is ended. So much energy this turn. And I have so much block. More and more and more. A barrel full of blood. Well, that just makes sense. Just your everyday blood barrel. You know, the usual. Just the usual. Okay, we've got our card draw online now. As these stacks of preparation go up, we're just going to draw more and more and more cards. This is going to be part of our strategy as this run gets deeper. Yeah, as you can see why Body Slam costs 4, indeed. Pretty abusable. That's right. You are taking cover. Good luck behind your cover. We do, in fact, need to finish off all the combatants here, it looks like. This preparation buff degrades at 1 per turn, so with 9 stacks here, we draw 9 additional cards, essentially drawing up to the maximum. And that's the case for at least 9 turns, plus we can, of course, keep applying more. So once we have the preparation maxed out, we're just drawing 10 cards a turn, each turn. Good stuff. I'll use the opportunity to level up Oathkeeper. Experience to Strength does not scale through combats, we learned. I took it because I needed to know, and it does not. But Oathkeeper does. Already level 6. It seems like if you're the only combatant, you get a ton of experience points. That blood sacrifice. Unholy Communion. Whenever this character takes damage from bleed, your entire party heals 4. That could be a way for us to mitigate bleed damage. I think we should take one. The Jeff. How do cultists get to work with an unholy commute? Oh, we're offered heavy armor. Start with 10 block and 1 stamina every turn. For only 4 block, essentially, we gain 1 stamina per turn. That's pretty good. Or we could take the heavy armor, which is minus 1 stamina per turn, but we start with tons of block, and we gain an additional 5, which is actually 10 per turn. Let's go heavy armor. And see how that treats us. Larger party, slower levels. That makes sense. And gives us a lot of reason to lean into the lone wolf kind of playstyle here. We're offered a second Oathkeeper. Never forget. Deal 4 damage X times for each banished card. So as more cards get banished, that gets stronger. Probably just a second Oathkeeper, though. They'll scale separately, which probably is going to be annoying, but we'll figure that out. We're offered Wealth, Excellence, or Unity. Excellence is just a level up. Quite frankly, looks like we're going to hit the level cap pretty quickly. As there is I believe, a limit. So let's take the 1,000 gold. I don't need the heal, since we're at full health. We'll start a fight. Just mostly keeping an eye out for bleed effects. I assume the bear will be capable of doing that, so let's kill the bear first. You stinky bear. And we don't want to mirror the block on somebody with less block than us, of course. Yep, there's that stinky bleed attack. Blue John. Wait, what? Oh. No? How come that didn't do the right amount of damage? It was supposed to be 13 base plus vulnerable. I'm not... Did it use the weapon damage from my dagger or something? Not sure I've been paying attention to the crossbow there, but I'm really confused as to why the bear lived. That's okay, we have Unholy Communion to counter this bleed. That's exactly why we took it. Yo, Casper! Thank you so much for the 9 months. Closing in on that full year of love and support. Cool, so that Unholy Communion will ensure that we get to keep on keeping on here. And I believe I can actually gain some restoration if I use the club, then the momentum, then the invigorating blow. Yes, that does 14 damage. We get the restoration. Play the Oathkeepers a bit more. Safety in numbers gives them more block if they've got enough allies. I don't think that's what happened to the bear, but I'm not sure. Get him with the old Oathkeeper. Can't remember if I've seen an ice cream-like effect or not. There's a lot of cards in this deck now. We must adjust this. Multiplier is such an expensive card for AoE damage. I'm sure there's a reason to want to use it. The Vagrant. Hey you, yeah you. Can't see much of anything anymore, but I know a fellow soldier when I see one. Donate a skill and reroll a talent. Do I want to reroll a talent? And I choose not to. I just want to donate one of my skills here, man. You know, one of those cards that I don't want to use anymore? Like Experience Strike. Now that we know how this works, I don't want it. I choose not to reroll. No, I can't. Well. Guess we just have the one Oathkeeper. And you know what? That's fine. We're only going to need the one. I just wanted the removal. I didn't want the reroll. But I don't see an option to not take it. Wrath actually seems reasonable. Or Zealot's Promise. T damage to a whole lane. Certain allies bleed to restoration. That's also pretty good. As a bleed counter. Take the Zealot's Promise. I have like a partial counter with the Unholy Communion, after all. Right. So we get the good stuff. Let's see, what are the other options here at Blackfoot Contact? Have I been here before? My last bottle. Oh, we just get to heal one character, that's right. Elite Combat. How bold do I feel right now? Pretty bold, actually. Let's try it. Doors slam shut as you step down the street, which proceeds into total darkness and silence. All of a sudden you hear a familiar whistling hurtling towards your party. Enter Elite Combat. 3 crossbowmen and 3 guards. That looks pretty manageable, actually. Yeah, these guys start applying poison and stuff, but not a big deal. Thankfully we have the heavy armor here. The same lane. So that'll give me block twice for attacking this enemy twice? Yes, it will. character really needs some retaliate effects. Yes, that crossbow only did 8 damage, so it must be using the damage from our dagger when it rolls for damage. It's not doing the 13 as advertised, which means I'm probably going to remove it from the deck at the next opportunity. Where is going? Applying 8 poison. Interesting. That's lock up. Making it easy on me. Good. Wait, 2 times 8? Get out of here. That's too many times. That's right, Azov. Each character has a stamina stat, which is how much stamina they'll gain per turn. Currently, our only character has 7 stamina, and they get -1 per turn from their heavy armor. So we get 6 stamina, 6 yellow energy to spend per turn because of that. Chonk that guy. No more surviving. Piranha, thank you so much for the quarter century, those 25 months of support. Much love. Your hand is too full. No, your hand is too full. Moving around the battlefield can be a mechanic. We do have cards to do that, but they require the will resource that we have relatively limited utility on. Let's see if I can get one more Oathkeeper. As your party gets bigger and bigger, moving around the battlefield gets a little bit more difficult. Every time you move, gain 5 charge. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Will only recharges per combat, not per turn. So, Will is essentially a limited number of special ability activations per battle. Let's try strategy here. Every time you move, gain 10 block. Ooh, or Scoundrel. At the start of every turn, gain Anticipation if you don't already have it, reducing the next incoming damage to 0. Not sure if that's good on a Lone Wolf. I really like that on, like, backline support characters. But we said we wanted to lose the crossbow, so let's at the very minimum do that. Terrible fight, but you miraculously pull through despite the odds. We're immediately offered the same fight again, pretty much. Let's just take a regular one. This is also a beefy bear battle. Bleed-inflicting footmans in the back. How stinky they are. Here, you go to the back. I am blocking now. One bear down. Hey, first aid. It's pretty good, not gonna lie. At least for the first couple of playthroughs I've had have been really enjoyable. Okay, there's that stinky bleed ability, but we already have Unholy Communion down, right? No, it's right here in hand, excuse me. Damage to a lane. So that should hit both you and the guy behind you, right? That's right. Over here. Oh, this guy skips his turn now, actually, because the rabbit changed spots with him. Got him. Gaining so much block from the toe-to-toe power there. Amplified by our Impervious trait. Impervious seems like one of the best traits. Plus 5 block whenever you gain block. It's a lot of block, man. Alright, that guy is super dead. Look on the back ranks, I guess. Not wrong with Keeper there. A wolf or a turtle? Maybe both. Maybe both. Definitely seems like we're close to having enough stamina at this point. First aid, thank you so much for the 2 years of support. It's a lot of waffles, my friend. That is a lot of waffles. Get him. I wonder if I still have the cost reduction on the Rondel Dagger, if I should swap it onto... This Quick Hands is fine as it is, right? Looking to draw our Keeper again here. That really doesn't do that much damage. 41 though. Oh, he's attacking equal to his block. So it becomes 0 if I hit him. I like that we redraw the Wrath over and over again. That actually seems like a really good card to generate for most combats. Apply wound. His character's bleed no longer ticks down. Interesting. Doesn't seem like that big a deal. 1 bleed per turn is not that much, really. Third passive. Full-blooded, gain 5 charge whenever we ruin a card. Random card becomes free whenever we play a talent. That's our Oathkeeper. Or gain a restoration whenever we discard. That would give us a way to restore our health slowly. We are actually discarding a few things now. We've got a couple cards that do it. Sure, I'll take the regeneration. And I'll go for a 4th point of will here. Buy cards of the Lightfoots. Let's see what the Lightfoots have to offer. Their copy of Strategy. Oh, another copy of Withdraw. I'll buy one of those. And I think a second copy of Strategy to go with it sounds pretty good. That'll give us 10 charge whenever we move. Is that going to be good? I'm not sure. Maybe that's too much junk in the deck. We are ambushed! To arms, my friends. Oh no, we're gonna get netted? Uh-oh. Strategy does not stack. Oh no! I've been deceived? Been deceived. Opponent has net applied 2 bleed and spawn an injury in the draw pile. Okay, we need to move out of the way. Like, yes. Oh no, you can't move with a net. No, no! That's right, you can't move while netted. Uh-oh. Well, that's why we have Unholy Communion, to heal us. Right. Here's where turning all of your regeneration into... turning all of your bleed into regeneration becomes very useful. Get some regen from that too. Separate them so that they're taking turns separately, and now we're winning quite decisively in this fight. Complete and utter destruction. Oof. That does not seem to stack, right? Yeah, we only get 5 charge. Well, that's unfortunate. But at least is another card to banish, if we ever care about that. Got some unnecessary cards. We'd like a way to banish other cards in our hand, so that we can cycle around to Oathkeeper a bit more. Battering Ram can be quite nice. Push opponent to the back rank. If occupied, switch their positions. Gives us some control over which opponents are doing stuff. Really love Red Powder, though. Applies 3 Overwhelm, 75% more damage from attacks for the turn. I'm gonna grab that Red Powder, but do need to be mindful of the deck size. At 28 cards here, it's a bit much. A chance to improve. Need another point of stamina? Yeah. It's our informant task. We can also remove a card here. You approach a towering column of fire, a pyre burning for the king. Remove 2 skills, forfeit a talent, or ruin a card and leave. I'll go ahead and remove 2 skills. It's perfect. I think Challenge actually ended up not being a good addition. Even against the late game foes, I'm not sure I'm going to want it. I definitely don't need 2 copies of Strategy. We just realized that doesn't stack, so we can undo that at a minimum. Get rid of Sharpened Steel, actually. It's a 2-cost attack. Not that good. You burst into the prison to find several heavy cell doors flanking the far wall. As you approach, you notice a pair of crow's foots carved into the center 2 doors. We'll have to fend off guards while we pick the lock. Not too much of a problem here. More and more opponents are going to enter the battle each turn, and that's fine. I think I just missed my chance to create a Wrath there by instinctively playing. Yeah, I did. It's okay. $98 damage. And again, it's more every time we play it again. Oh, this is not the battle with reinforcements? Well done. Well, they are extra hosed in that case. You may not. Thank you. Yes, that does re-target. Is there an event to dupe cards? I remember being able to dupe a card at some point, so I think so. Guy. There you are. Bonk. 6 damage. Apply upper hand. When this character deals a total of 30 damage to the opponent, they gain 1 max stamina for this combat. Interesting. Could take a 4th withdrawal, but I think 3 is plenty, as long as we can avoid adding too many more cards to this deck. Swiftly, after the last body hits the ground, you haul the door open. But there's another one to open, too. Same combat. Hey, look, I did it! Go back there. Hey, Quiverall, nice waffles. That's my chance to make another. Ah! Part doesn't parse in my head for some reason. Pay more active attention to it. You're not attacking this turn. Am I going for the Prince kill? Yes! Yes, on this run. We certainly are. That's exactly what this event is. We explained the informant's wife, child, they are free, but now we have to go find the informant. We are almost level 9 here. Or whatever level we're about to find. Oh, our first knight! Starting with 100 block. These enemies are why we took the mirror an opponent's block guard. This guy gets vulnerable instead of bleed. I guess I should have done that first. 40 block applies 6 bleed. Well, we can just move out of the way of all that, don't you think? So I can just smonk you with the Withkeeper for 78 damage. These two. Get the double damage. Backline is going this turn? Good. Good. Doing 20. 20 is fine. Big 2-0. $64 damage. This character's next attack deals damage to vitality. Half the damage dealt is applied as bleed. Now, we want another calculating strike to get more card draw going. The faster we can get our preparation stacks up, the better, for sure. Tooth and Nail could be kind of interesting. Doesn't do enough damage per hit for me to really like it, though. There's our second chance at another Oathkeeper if we want it. I think it's too late. 4 damage to Vitality for every stack of Vulnerable on an opponent. This is specifically so that you can use bleed builds on the late game enemies that gain Vulnerable instead of bleed when they have block. Can you use Never Surrender on yourself? Because if this is 2 cost, give myself 20 block, gain a will, that's perfect. And Shoryu says, yes, let's try it then. That's perfect. And that's more reason to get more stamina, so that we may reusably regenerate our will? Question mark? Question mark. So let's find out. Apply 15 to target ally. Yes, that is 2 stamina to gain 20 block and 1 will. Perfect. So that allows us to renewably use our withdraws, which is a big deal. Really big deal. These guys in the back. Perfect. Okay, we draw +4 cards next turn. pretty minor damage. Okay, that guy is dead. Move anyway. It's because I can. And it gives me the charge after all. Could create another zealot thingy, but I don't really feel like I need to. Ordered. Hey, GKZ. Yes, the wolf does have a specific talent perk that encourages this playstyle, but overall I've actually found it a lot less challenging than I initially expected, because it turns out that when you finish a battle, your experience points are normally divided between all of your characters, and so having only a single character means they level up very, very quickly. That means that our singular wolf here is capable of some pretty cool stuff because of how high level they are. Okay, and these are all like both Wild Brawl and Reserves are good for large parties. We already have our one challenge. We definitely don't want more challenges. Valenfax Stalker, huh? They're doing range attacks, so they cannot... Bonk. They cannot. It's plain and simple, they can't. Whatever they thought they were gonna do, they can't. They'll follow us with their range attacks. We can't dodge, but we can get some block. That's right, applies bleed. Random. Very rude. Fortunately, we have some way to deal with bleed. Dead. And I can withdraw for some charge, and then Rush does really good damage too. Question mark. Oh, actually, I didn't have my power in play. That's why Rush didn't do very much damage. I understand now. Average run length for this has been a fair bit longer than Slay the Spire. I'd say usually in the 2 to 3 hour range, once you've gotten the hang of it. Well, the next talent's not bad. This can help us get Oathkeeper back. But I'm paying 1 to draw 1, you know? I'll try it. See if it ends up being a positive or negative. I've got the stamina to spend. Let's see, we are going to want some chains for the informant task, but I feel like we can pick them up later. You do get one before the combat begins. Okay. These ones, the ones in the back have the net. Stinky jerks. Go for them first. That applies provoke. Just gonna force me to target a particular one, so let's move out of the way here. Don't particularly want to get provoked. Didn't particularly want to get netted either, but here we are. Only one net, at least. We only have to deal 30 damage to remove ourselves from the net, and with Oathkeeper, that should be pretty doable. Oh man, and that does nothing if there's no talents in the draw pile? Okay, I definitely didn't like adding that card, but that's okay. That's why we take cards, so that we can learn. Oh, you're doing this stinky thing. You're not allowed to do that. Moving around allows us to avoid so many otherwise troublesome enemy attacks. Really quite nice. Wait. Got it. Beautiful. 78 damage. A bonk. Really do love the renewable will gain. It's good stuff. It's Colossus Smash again. The Halberd. Do 12 damage to the entire rank and apply 2 bleed. If they're already bleeding, cripple them 2. Int82, thank you so much for the Prime sub of the 3 months. Love your subs. Keep them up. Alright, I don't want any of the cards or equipment. Elderkin can buy cards. Priest can receive blessings. I want your blessings. Give me your blessing. The Wolf's voice commands a quiet respect from the crowd, all absorbed in reverence. We have all known Hurt Brothers. Addition by subtraction. Remove a card from the deck. Or gain inner strength. A card that gives you plus 10 charge. Oh, that's right. You get an upgrade token, which is plus 3 to the stamina cost. Spawn a bless in your hand when you play the card. You know what I could actually, what I could do with that is if we donate the money, what I can do is put the Bless into the Zealot's Promise. So Zealot's Promise becomes 4 cost, immediately, always summon a Wrath card, and do plus 10 damage with that Wrath. That's pretty good. It's very expensive, but it's a guaranteed Wrath summon every time we draw the card for big damage. Let's do that. That sounds fun. And I've yet to have a good reason to take this option. Wait, are we allowed to put... Yes, we are. Okay. Just worried. Give me a card token. It's another draw card token. You'll love to see it. More card draw, more better. Let's put card draw on that red powder, since we're always playing that. Cannot upgrade a card more than once. Every card has 1 upgrade slot. But you are allowed to remove the upgrades from those cards. If you wish. So we could take the stamina reduction off the dagger, for example. Actually, I do like the card draw on the momentum. Alright, yeah. We took 5 damage when something expired. What about the cultist wares? We have lots of money. What can the cultist sell us? Evolve Bleed, 6 damage for Ruin card in hand, Sharpened Steel. These are weak offerings, Mr. Cultist. They're weak offerings. A lot of times the card vendors do seem like a waste of a node. Interesting. Could gain even more stamina. We are at max level now. Wait. Max level is 8, so even though there's a 4th passive slot, you actually can't get it, which means we've missed the Lone Wolf passive that we were trying to build around. And yet, the run seems to be going fine, so... This is fine? This is fine. Alright, well I no longer need to go to combats then. Let's just keep adding more stamina. I can afford the vitality cost. 10 stamina, the number got small! Can you hope to succeed in the face of such overwhelming odds? Can anyone succeed in the face of such a thing? Should be able to get all my hit points back this combat. Yeah, there's Unholy Communion. I actually don't need to dodge these stabs. I don't want that much bleed. Don't have a lot of choice. You get more than 2 characters by buying more ones at the taverns you'll find at the end of the act. Simply the easiest way to do it. Donk. Yeah, this won't do anything either, right? That's right. Bonk. Also, some rare encounters that can get you new party members. That's pretty cool. It's news to me. So with 3 Overwhelm, this automatically just does the required damage to get the restoration. That's right. Keeper. Don't stack. Real shame strategy doesn't stack. Expiring party takes 5. Well, let's not take 5. So, at the end of each street, there are 3 choices before you. Smithy can provide provisions, a tavern can hire new party members. That's how you get more than the starting 2. The monastery to heal. Let's pop into the smithy. Another red powder, another instinct. I'm really not impressed with any of this. Blood ritual is kind of interesting. Vitality damage for every stack of bleed on this character. No, we're fine. This brace is okay. That could give us protection against one big hit of some kind. Could be useful in the Warden fight, but not sure if we'll need it there. Likewise, Battering Ram could be useful for some positional control. I'm gonna keep the deck small. To the gatehouse! We fight Blister, a big bear. Oh yeah, we've got these stinky Bannerman's Zeal abilities. First card we play each turn is banished by that effect, which is not a big deal because, yeah. Okay, Shockwave doesn't matter because we're only one character. Might as well dodge this though. Better block, accumulate more. Oh, blocks! Thank you so much for the lucky number 13 months of support. That guy first. That always summons a Wrath. I really appreciate that. And yes, that does do, in fact, 30 damage to everybody. Are there card rarities? Not that I've noticed. There might be. But I've not seen any kind of indication that there are. Yeah, whatever. Later Spire, yeah. We'll be doing some Spire after this run. Working more on the getting a win with every boss relic start challenge. So I can also use Zealot's Promise to make a blast that then gives me 10 charge for something like a rush. To hit for a bunch of damage. Good stuff. Waiting for the Withkeeper one last time. Wow. Rusty lived that. Kitbo can be pretty good if you've got a good weapon that you're dual wielding. We don't want to give ourselves bleed. Let's look for 3 cost. That's actually somewhat useful with the Unholy Communion. Survivalist's Gear. At the start of your turn, gain 2 Restoration and a 2 Bolster. You may not exceed 15 stacks of each. Wow. That's really cool, actually. So that means we'll automatically regenerate during combat, which is perfect. And we'll also gain block every turn. That actually immediately starts as quite a bit of block. The main problem is we don't start with the 35 block of the heavy armor, but I gotta try it. The lack of front-loaded block could be a bit of a problem, though. Spire is so simple to look at. I really... playing other games really makes me appreciate all the elegance that goes into Spire's design. There are so many little choices in the UI and the design decisions that make the game easy to understand, to learn, and to parse. Not sure what happens if we click level up here. Let's find out. Okay, it says they leveled up, but nothing actually happens. Fair enough. I'm not surprised. Nice. Nice mice. Back with you. Challenge. Give them the bonk. I really appreciate that. That just keeps ticking up our regen, making it easier to maintain. Our play strategy, not... Oh, here it is. Dire. I need a well-rested. Stroke of Genius. Modify talents. Find me what my talents are. Oathkeeper, Zealot's Promise, and Never Surrender. I'm pretty happy with those three. Weapons and armor or provisions. What did you give me last time? You let me, like, remove a card, right? No. Friend. Deal 5 damage, apply 2 bleeding and 1 vulnerable. Not bad. Crackissimo! What do you call a lottery run by long-necked animals? A giraffle. What's in the box? Weapons, armor, or both for an elite combat? I'll take the faster route. Just look at the... Let's look at some new weapons, actually. I'm pretty happy with my armor. Falchion. 11 damage and apply bleed if they have no... And that's basically what the Rondel Dagger does. I guess the real disadvantage of the Rondel Dagger is its relatively low base damage. Meaning that cards that scale off of that weapon damage won't do very much. Some money off the guards. Knight Errant. 3 voices bark at one another. You thugs are harassing decent folk, brandishing their steel and cruel-looking clubs. Just when you begin to think about intervening, an imposing figure appears in an instant, dispatching all the bandits with a mighty blade and devastating finesse. Hail and well met. I know an honorable soul when I see one. Move along, friend. Offers us a skill reward. If you have any ruin cards in your deck, this guy will fight you instead. You don't want any of these cards, though. I tend to find that I'm skipping cards a lot once I get into the second half of the run, basically. Black Market. What do you got at the Black Market, sir? Shady-looking bear. 3 random upgrade tokens. That's right. That's what you can buy at the Black Market. Add a card to your deck. Swap two characters' talents. Interesting. Give me 3 random upgrade tokens. This could be extremely good. -1 will cost. Excuse me? You mean this withdraw could just be free? Well, will cost free anyway. Another draw a card and gain 3 charge. Also like that. Add the gain 3 charge to... Actually, the red powder wants the gain 3 charge, so that our next attack does more. That's such a weird interface for upgrading. I think they could really rework this screen quite a bit. It's odd that cards like vanish from your draw pile, or vanish from the screen when you socket an upgrade into one of them. The bear has already gone. So we do need to find our informant task here. I think 3 chains will be enough. Oh, there's the escape. The informant and his family await, hurriedly packing what few belongings they could carry onto the boat. Actually, I'll grab 2 more chains before I do that then. Into the chamber to find a narrow canal, the water a dirty green. The boat, you said, bobs in the water as the informant and his family throw what remains. Throw what belongings remain onto the thingy. I feel like I got 1 chain last time. But we get 6 chains into the deck. We must raise the gate. I also don't feel like they had barricades in place last time. Actually looks extremely spooky. You're just gonna do 49 damage to me on turn 1. That's right, and the number is more. It used to be 12. Interesting. But we are going to heal a lot, so this is ultimately fine, I think. It's really unfortunate I can't target any of them with Oathkeeper because they're behind the barricades. And I can't quite bust through the barricades either. Or are coming. Oh shoot. Could have done that better. I didn't realize it was going to be wrong. Chains of the deck are really messing with me here, but at least the front row is now taking its turn. But no, the longer the fight goes on, the more regen and the more block per turn we're gonna get. So it ain't all bad. Oh, these protect the guy in front of them too? Rude. Rude. Aha. Rude. So how this fight works is that there's a gate that we have to raise using the chain cards. Meanwhile, reinforcements are coming in each turn. Oh, the number no longer goes down, so maybe they tweaked this fight? Yeah, it actually doesn't even say that the gate lowers by 1 each turn anymore. Interesting. Wonder if it was possible to get stuck. They changed it for that reason. Man's down. And then we'll lose all the chains from the deck once this task is over. Which is good, because they are problematic. I wouldn't have taken so many if I'd known the gate no longer went down. Oh well. It looks like the reinforcements stop once the gate has been completely raised. So my guess is that in the past it was possible to have a situation where you couldn't kill the enemies faster than they were spawning, and you couldn't raise the gate faster than it was lowering, so you're just stuck until you decided to surrender. That sounds fun. Instruction's more usable now, but I don't think so. As the last guard falls, you just manage to heave the iron gate high enough for the informant to push the boat out the mouth of the river. I owe you my life, friend. Rest assured I will uphold our agreement. Ooh, a guarded transport. I don't remember if I grabbed one of these before, but I want to see what's here. You scurry into an unseen alleyway as a company of heavily armed guards turns the corner ahead. Oh yeah, we have seen this. Time to impose some new tariffs, is the dialogue. Opponent's rank. So here's an instance where challenge actually now does something, giving us block on turn 1. We get +5 from the impervious. Let's see, this will still hit us, right? No, it won't. Good. So for doing that quest, that's essentially like collecting all the keys in Slay the Spire. Enabling us to fight the final boss in a way that we wouldn't have otherwise. You have a 3 retaliate now, so I don't think I want to mess with you. A lot of block already. And look at that hand. Beautiful. 98 damage. You have no effects that are going to prevent me from just murdering you, right? Nope. Rip. Here's our keeper. So much stamina. Notably, the final boss is going to make our cards cost more, so having an excess of stamina is going to be important for that fight. Thanks. Ooh, superior heavy armor. 10 block, 2 winded each turn, though. That's expensive. Adventurer's Gear. At the end of turn, gain 5 block and 1 winded for every point of stamina the character has left, essentially letting you turn your excess Stamina into block. Kind of useful in a deck that generates as much stamina as this, but I don't think so. Task Force. You've made some noise, and now the gold cloaks have been dispatched to rid you once and for all. 2 halberdiers. Spooky stuff. One in the lane. Alright, what if I'm not in the lane, then? Aha! That's how the dodging happens. Do with these clippers first. $102 damage. That's right, these guys cause Overwatch, which can cause me to take a lot of bleed. But what if I don't want to take a lot of bleed? There's your consideration for my preference, huh? Big damage to everybody. Target the opponent front rank or the rear rank if the front is vacant, so I cannot dodge this if I'm looking at that correctly. Yeah, correct. Well, instead of dodging, what if I just have a crap ton of block? Good luck. Take some bleed, but we have answers to that. Go ahead and move. Rest in pieces. Usable point to play the club. Bonk this guy, make him vulnerable. So many status effects on our one character. Guy is dead. You are dead. Everyone is dead. I'm curious how Oathkeeper will serve us in the guard captain fight. We can prolong the fight to buff Oathkeeper. I think to do so would be more of a time investment than it's worth. At least for the stream, but definitely a completely valid strategy. Yeah, basically like Searing Blow, except it self-upgrades, and it applies vulnerable for some reason. Not sure why it does that. Seems like overkill to me. Do we even need this card anymore? I don't think we do. Get that club out of there. Speed up our draws a little bit. Alright, Cultist, you've got one more chance to charm me. You failed. Happy to head towards the end game here. Chance to offload. We can remove a card here at the Blackfoot stash. Can't hold on to this. This being... Kick is pretty useless now, actually, because so many of the combats are just filled with 2 rows of enemies. Let's remove the kick. It's a really good early game card, but falls off pretty rapidly. Hey, look. This knight has 100 armor at the start. Oh. Well done. They're about as tough as they come. That's right, these guys gain retaliate. Oof. Oh, right. Ow. You're gonna apply bleed to me every time I draw a card, like so. Ah! Fortunately, we heal from bleed, so it's fine. Stop. We heal from bleed. Yes, that's the Unholy Communion card we picked up relatively early. Whenever this character takes damage from bleeding, our party restores 4 vitality. So it's not exactly that we heal from bleed, but rather every time we take damage from bleed, we get a small heal. If we have 4 or more bleed, of course, that's going to counteract the healing entirely. But it's still a thing. Okay, you guys need to die, though. Okay, that's one of those stupid vulnerable things removed. Deleted. Hey, not a problem fight at all. Although I do have 14 bleed. The regeneration will just end that, you know? One more calculating strike. They kind of get bad once we're drawing 10 cards, but they help us get started. I think one more is reasonable. That's the last one I'm going to take, though. Oh, sweet. And you can remove 2 cards here, right? Scruples. You recognize the hair, remembering that he had already once helped you to get this far. You overhear the guards mention the gallows. This looks important. This might be what we got for throwing the prince to the crowd the first time. Some guards approach the nearby checkpoint, kicking and dragging a hare in front of them. You recognize him. Oi! Taking this one to the gallows. Eyewitness saw him helping those sodding Blackfoots running around. You heard about them lot, right? Hold on, you mean they're not part of the riots? We have to help. Remove 3 ruins. We don't have any ruins. And enter a combat. Pretty easy looking combat. Ruins are not quite curse cards. That's not quite the right word for them. But ruins are special cards that replace normal cards. They're usually cards that have a downside of some kind. But the idea is that you can ruin cards either outside of combat or in combat. And when you do so, you're essentially transforming those cards into usually something worse. Kind of analogous to the Curses of Spire, except they have genuine useful effects that you can take advantage of. Good luck hitting me when I'm over here. Ow! Oh yeah, that move. That always hits. No way around that one. Well, fair enough. Switch on first, that's okay. Ruin cards typically have useful effects paired with stuff like self-damage or lose all your block as downside. So like an example of a ruin card is do a lot of damage, apply some bleed to the enemy, but lose all your block. There's a whole pool of them, and whenever you create a ruin, you get a random one. It almost feels like Dead Branch sometimes. Creating ruin cards. Still don't need that precision. More tokens! -1 stamina cost. Perfect. Go ahead and put that on... this. Another Knight Errant. Give us last time? Skills or something? Yeah, choose a skill. Actually put my toe-to-toe to some totally good use. Good. decided I want to target these two now, but that's what I've decided. Crunch. Oops. The wolf's ear got that. Not a big deal. I'm mostly impervious anyway. Your hitbox is too large. Oh, I see there's a... If I mouse over his health bar or block icon, that counts as targeting them. Interesting. Only some of these spots. That's a fair observation, Dream of Storm. I think what you're noticing is a decreased amount of, I guess we could call it streamability in a game. This is a property that actually almost very few games end up being designed in such a way that they are simple and intuitive and clean to look at, that are easy to parse with a variety of different screen resolutions, or easy to kind of understand as a first-timer watching. There's a reason I cling so tightly to a game like Slay the Spire. It's a truly rare quality in a game. Important to keep something like Spire in mind as almost an ideal rather than the standard, because if you hold others to the standard of Spire, they're gonna fall short like all the time. Doesn't do anything. We're not doing any rune cards. Move on. Onwards. Almost only a couple of combats left until we're at the final bosses here. Starting to see a lot of damage on turn 1. Actually, challenge does work because I don't have any block anyway. Alright, 92 block turn 1 ain't too bad. Okay, the game penalize us for moving now. Kind of interesting. Keeper. Kill that one! Deletes a dude. Such a good card. No point in moving, they'll just gain more power, and these range attacks will still lock onto us. That's true, Generic. Even in Spire, there are many instances of information that's obscured or hidden or not even told to you at all. There are also instances of very similar mechanics that have different names, or mechanics that are ostensibly identical but work differently under different circumstances. I'm looking at you, Weave and Nirvana. So Spire itself is far from perfect, too. We buff the damage, and then we play Wrath on this lane. Do like 50 damage to the front guy. Yeah. Yeah, these are all Savage Cleaves, so I cannot dodge any of that. Cool. Just hit him then. Bleed stacks, yes. As sources of bleed apply more bleed to you, that does stack up and up, which can be a bit of a problem for you. Did your Red Powder Zealots promise again? Interesting. Cool with that. Double kill. Ah! Made a terrible mistake. Hey L'Oreal, this is not sponsored. I'm just genuinely enjoying this game and was interested in the premise of a one-card run. I'm not sure that this game necessarily has the replayability of some of the other deck builders that we've checked out, as a heads up. I do think it's a really good, maybe 10 to 20 hours so far, but I don't know that I would necessarily do more than that, based on what I've seen so far. In the full sake of honesty here. Definitely a big difference between playing a game and enjoying it and playing a game for a long time and enjoying it the whole time. Dark Freak says, the big thing you see Spire doing and not this game is making it very clear which enemy is acting on their turn. There is a fairly clear indicator for that. Either the front or the back enemy rank will take their turn, and there is a red highlight in front of the rank that is taking their turn. So there is a UI indicator for that, although I agree it's a little bit weird looking. Math cards are so good. And if no enemies are alive in the rank that's supposed to take its turn, then, well, nothing happens. There's Oathkeeper. Okay. Yeah, we just mostly skip cards these days. But we're almost at the end here. Take a peek at the weapons. It's the same two weapons that we looked at last time, the dagger and the falchion. But Larissa, thank you so much for 8 months of support. I definitely just glitched the game. I was wondering. Remove 2 cards to the top of a pile. I just skipped past the end of act, like, shops with that. And now the Crossroads card is stuck here. At the courtyard. And it's time to fight the Warden. The commander of the garrison stands before you, flanked by his elite gold cloaks. There is little time left. Alright, this is definitely one of the big, difficult fights of your run. The Warden has some really nasty properties. Let's see. So, while his block is above 60, all bleed that would be applied to the Warden is converted to vulnerable. And he's also got Champion. Whenever this character takes more than 25 damage from one hit, the excess damage is ignored and converted to block. So our Oathkeeper will not work on this guy. Very notably. Which is a real problem for us. Fortunately, we have challenge here to give us 100 armor on turn 1. Don't forget, the first card we play is going to get exhausted because there's a banner person here. I'm considering using it on challenge, so we don't draw challenge again. It's pretty much what we wanted challenge to do. So we'll use our Oathkeeper to bop these Ender Knights. Okay, that cleave does still work. Commander's pretty nasty. He's got some abilities that, let him do very massive amounts of damage. If he can get his block really high, so we gotta be careful about that. HTM, thank you so much for the 17 months, almost to that half year. I have played some Darkest Dungeon Loco deck. I really like the art style and atmosphere that Darkest Dungeon sets forth, but at least on the gameplay side of things, I find it a little bit repetitive in terms of how you have to build up a team for each of the dungeons. By all accounts, Darkest Dungeon 2 is taking more of a roguelite design stance, so I'm quite curious to see what they do with it. I suspect I'll like that a lot more than I like Darkest Dungeon the first. Yeah, remember, the first card we play each turn is destroyed, so let's play Unholy Communion. Then we can go Red Powder Oathkeeper, that can actually just outright destroy one of these Ender Knights. You can also Oathkeeper the banner guy. Feels like a slight waste of damage potential, though. I could kill you instead. Raunch. That sound, though. Block applies 6 bleed. How about I don't deal with your nonsense? Pretend that I did. What's happening this turn? Battle Cry. Deal 18 damage to block and apply 3 winded to the opponent party. That's fine. Yeah, that's all fine. Let's get the banner guy next, I guess. That bolster and regen ticking up each turn is super helpful in a longer fight like this one. Don't play the Oathkeeper first. Okay, second internet is down. I have enough preparation. Let's just do more damage to the banner guy. Uh-oh. Alright, There's Gravitas. Deals damage equal to current block. If this character has no block, allied party takes 15 damage. That's kind of the end move thing that the Warden does. Let's try to KO you with that. But we just have Withdraw. I believe we just get to go out of the way, right? Let's lose that card. Yeah, this you can just dodge that attack. That's easy. Into the breach. It's the opponent with the lowest vitality, aka me. I'm invulnerable. Pretty easy one-on-one. Gotta remember, we don't want to Oathkeeper him. Although, actually, let's see what happens if we do. It'll power up the Oathkeeper for the remaining battles, after all. So it goes from 58 block to 168 block, yeah. Just gains much armor. Much armor gain. Very nice. I've got more armor than he do anyhow. Welcome. We die. Still has that effect, right? Yeah. So Wrath actually with Overwhelm should give him block, right? Yes. Noted. I definitely don't want to do Blast into Wrath with the Overwhelm. Let's actually just not play those. We'll simply make him stronger. GG. 21 rounds of combat against the Warden. But there's more. There's so much more. clicky. The Spy Master. I like that name for him, the Die Master. Is that for this guy's penchant to die on turn 1? Because I actually don't know what he even does. Ticking bomb. Spawn a ticking bomb into your draw pile and attempt to move a party member to the front rank. Ah, we didn't get the Oathkeeper. So, not sure if that is targeting us anymore. Him reasonably hard. $130. Spawns a Shadow Assassin on the rank behind a target party member. Okay, so we'll actually get to see one of these Shadow Assassins. Love the way he looks. Wait, what? He summons them into our team? Backstab. Deal 10 damage to the character in front, plus 1 damage for each stack of Shadow Master on the Spy Master. Attempts to pull the target into the back rank, then the character moves to the opponent's side. Interesting. And there's the ticking bomb. If unplayed during cleanup, deal 25 damage to the last character that played a card. It's only 25 though. Okay, you're doing stuff, But is it fast enough? Looks like it actually might be. Alright, I'll play your bomb. That was legit nasty. Okay. I'll give this guy some credit for having abilities that are kind of cool, actually. Main problem is he's just so easy to kill quickly. Way too easy to kill quickly. Yeah, it feels like he needs some kind of, like, defensive ability. Whether it's for starting behind barricades or having a stealth mechanic or something. Poor guy. Ooh, I like that actually, disguising himself as one of the assassins so that you can't tell which one's the minion and which one's the boss. It's kind of neat too. The Prince! He sits proudly on his stolen throne. He who betrayed his house, who murdered his father, who burned down the Black Church. Deliver vengeance upon him. So, the Prince starts with his loyal Kingsguard, as well as these 2 shadow enemies. He also makes all of our cards cost more. Let's rank. The Prince can't be killed until the Kingsguard are all killed, so we gotta pick a Kingsguard and finish them first. Hey Saffron, yes, this is a solo run. Also, very notably in this combat, all of the opponents move every turn, which is really nasty. Dodged all that. All of our cards also cost 1 more in this combat. Pick off one of the shadows. These things are mean. Here we can see all the ability to move that this deck has is so important. Oh god, provoke. Ah! I'm gonna die. Wait, am I actually gonna die on this turn? Increased by 10 for every Kingsguard alive. Now I need to draw... Well, I need to draw something other than that, actually. Now we are in big trouble, is what now? So total incoming damage is 60. Deals 18. Like, way over 100. We're in big, big trouble. That's what I've determined. I can't kill the second shadow quickly. I'm gonna have a really hard time. See you later, Dream of Storm. Yeah, this fight does get quite a bit easier over time, worth noting, especially as our bolster and restoration grow. We just have to survive for a bit. Yellow powder doesn't do a whole lot. We're not getting made bled, are we? That hidden strike is going to be a real problem too. Okay. Don't kill me! Team damage to the card builder. Okay, we can dodge again. Although the 16 crippled really hurts for doing that. And challenge is here to give us 100 block. Seems great. I guess I should have mirrored the prince there. Could have had 115. We only have... Well, we don't have the block restriction in this fight, that's right. Anyway, that's why we carried challenge from the beginning of the run, essentially. That right there. Let's also get toe-to-toe in play. Okay, and remember, our health is ticking back up. Here's Oathkeeper again, so we can pick off the second shadow. Not draw my dodges this time. We're gonna get 6 bleed applied to us. I did not apply the unholy thingy, but it is in the draw pile. Just kill you. Once the shadows are down, I find that this is a much easier fight to manage overall. Hidden strikes are just unplayably expensive. A crunching. And as long as we can keep withdrawing, we're almost immune to these guys. Moving to the opposite corner so that we're changing both the lane and the column that we're in, or whatever. Blade. Some bleed on you. We have 6 stacks of preparation, so we're good on that front. Oathkeeper costs 3, so I don't want to play Instinct. Another good reason not to include a card like Instinct is this final battle. It's promised just prohibitively expensive at the moment. Yeah, if the Spy Master was part of this fight, he'd be terrifying. That's a horrifying thought. Oh, we got Red Powder Oathkeeper, that'll just donk somebody instantly. Beep. 309. Enjoy your stay with death. Oh, what's that? I drew it again? Good. GG nerds. And again. Alright, Prince. You and me are mano a mano. Mano a coward, I suppose. The Prince's attacks are very, very small. He's got Clout, which does almost nothing. And then the attack that scales off the number of Kingsguard who are alive. Which is none. So this only does 10. He attacks for 4 or 10 every turn, and that's all he does. He really doesn't do anything. Very much a fight where you've got this weak, cowardly creature hiding behind his loyal minions as the final showdown. Pretty cool. Cards no longer cost more because the Kingsguard are all dead, so we can play the full power of the deck now. Not that we need it for this guy. Didn't draw the red powder, unfortunately. Or did I? There it is. So Oathkeeper will do all the damage. GG. Instantly slain. Like the cowardly king he was. The prince lays ahead of you, mortally wounded but still breathing. House Blackfoot is victorious. Fate of this ender must be settled. GG. Last time we threw him to the crowd. This time I think we'll make him rebuild what he burned. Our houses had warred for far too long. So many years of bloodshed. My father dreamt of peace but could never see a means to it. It brought him great sadness and longing, so I vowed it would be my legacy. But then Landon came to Blackchurch. My father began to regain hope. He'd say the great Landon was the leader with whom we could broker a peace. He spoke with such admiration and love he had never directed at his son, for a man he had never met. So I burned your black church to the ground until the sky went black, until you couldn't breathe through the ash. But when I returned from that victory, I did not see pride in his eyes. Ruin, he kept saying, as if in a trance. You've brought ruin and nothing more. I couldn't bear to hear it, so I did what I did. Then I was rewarded for my sins, of course, a festival held in his honor. The bitter irony of it. Even now, out there in the streets, they celebrate his name. They loved my father, but they will never love me. So what will it be? He continues after a long pause. What fate awaits me? You will rebuild what you burned. You may live, sir. He gasps, chest swelling rapidly as if breathing again for the first time. I do not deserve it, he weeps. After a moment, you move towards the great window behind the throne. As you stare out in this great city, as the light of first dawn begins to touch the townsfolk below, a wave of relief comes over you. A better time will come, you whisper. It has to, because today sucks. GG. We lost no party members along the way. We get a huge multiplier to the score because of oaths. Because we played without anybody dying. Which, well, yeah. We unlock the hares. And the beavers. Banish your hand, draw a card for each card banished. Where's that card before? That's a sweet card. New option will be available outside the city walls. For the Mercy. Cool. Very, very cool. So we can now see the racial abilities of the hare and the beaver. Hares can place traps in vacant positions. When a character moves into that position, they take 15 vitality damage, direct through block. That's pretty good. And the beavers? Build a barricade on the front rank, absorbing defense damage from lane-targeted attacks. I really like that. The beaver builds a dam. It's so fitting. Oh, that face, though. The cutie. GG. Well, a lovely, lovely run. So glad to get the Lone Wolf challenge done. Pomodrone, why do rabbits always have a bad internet connection? Because they're lagomorphs. Lagomorphs? Yeah, you got me. You got me. Get that man out of here. No refunds! Boo! Boo. Boo this man, but don't boo the gameplay. That lovely run of Banners of Ruin, it's going to be time for some awesome Slay the Spire and our first break of the day. Did you know that I just sat in this chair for 3.5 hours without getting up? That's not good for me. I'm going to get up now. But first, let me change the category. Where are we at? 18 out of 26. A 28 boss swap starts. What's left? They have a low bit rate. I like that on Neuromania. Hi-oh, Stress Bolden, thank you so much for the 10 months of support. Alright, let me swap on over to some Spire times. I'm quite happy that we were able to get the one character challenge done in Banners of Ruin. That was not as difficult as I thought it was going to be, especially since we didn't get the passive. That gives you like 30 block per turn for being the only character. Yet we were able to do it anyway. Neomedusa asks, any tips for beating the boss of greed in Roguebook? Yes, here's a couple of tips. So you probably are already familiar with the coin of greed mechanic that boss gives you. You get a coin that retains in your hand. If you play it, you'll get 2 more copies, but it also generates energy for you. One of the things that you can do is pick up cards that let you dissolve other cards. Shara has a couple that I can think of off the top of my head, the one that makes daggers and such. But essentially what you can do is play a bunch of copies of Coin of Greed and then dissolve the excess copies so that they don't flood your hand, and you're able to get extra energy that way. Some other ways to do it include generating just lots of energy each turn, making sure you're finding your fairy wells, looking for cards that are a net positive energy and more than +1, of course, since you have to overcome the additional cost of the Avatar of Greed. And of course, if you can win with relatively few cards played, that's also a good way to get there. So having really powerful single cards or cards that provide ongoing damage, such as ally cards or bleed cards in particular. Those are good ways to get there. Hopefully some of that helps. But yeah, definitely one of the big things you can do is kind of cheat the Coin of Greed. Alright. There's Spire. Okay. Almost ready to go on break. Sweet. So let me just check our filter the Spire here. Oh, I did have the list wrong. We didn't win with Tiny House yet. Oh, but we have one with Cursed Key. Okay, so it's Tiny House instead of Cursed Key. I was going off memory when I made that command. Tiny House. Sweet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 relics remain. Verify that's correct. Busted Crown, Cube, Tiny House, Mark of Pain, Battery, Velvet Choker, Dripper Hammer. Yes, good. Very good. Our last run was the Wristblade run. Oh, I gotta highlight this run. This was a great run. We did crazy shiv things the whole way through. Busted Crown has definitely had the most losses with 5. No other relic. We've even tried 5 times. But I welcome more Busted Crown runs. I think they're a really challenging way to play Spire, of course. Particularly hard, but not impossible to win with Relic. Before I jump on into any actual Spire, I am going to take a quick break, refill my legs, stretch my water, grab a snack, use the bathroom, all that good jazz. So I'll be back in, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll do some A20 boss swap Spire starts. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. It's Spire time. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Thank you so much for your incredible, as always, patience with the breaks. To my knowledge, and my expectation is that Spire is finished in its development, that there will not be any other significant patches beyond what we've received, and I don't expect any other gameplay changes since this 2.2 patch that buffed a whole bunch of cards. Prior to this patch, I was actually under the impression that you couldn't balance the game with only purely numerical changes, but I think this came pretty damn close. I'm genuinely shocked at how radically different Silent feels as a character before and after this patch. There's not really a whole lot for the devs left to do. They could design more characters and relics and all that, but I'm not sure they feel like they want to. Like it would be a worthy addition to the game. And of course, if you want that, there are plenty of mods to explore on the Steam Workshop, and will be many more created, I'm sure, since this is a pretty dang popular game at this point. I suspect if the developers set the game down, it does open up the avenue, open up the kind of floodgates for the modding community to do whatever they want. When you can count on the fact that there won't be any more releases, it's actually a good thing for a modder, since usually a new patch means having to rework your mod in some fashion to get it to work again. If you can trust that the game won't ever change, you can make your mod a little bit more precisely. And there are a ton of fantastic characters to try on the Steam Workshop. The Hierophant, the Artist, the Bard, just to name a few. Of course, I would be incredibly grateful if there was any additional content for this, but I think the devs want to work on some kind of new project. And I hope that whatever it is, that it goes well for them and they enjoy working on it. That's one of the most important things. I'm sure there are many of us who would love for Anthony and Casey to slave away at this project in perpetuity for all time, but they have their own lives, they've got to do their own things, and maybe that doesn't involve doing any more work on this game. I'm not currently planning on playing any more modded Spire. At least more modded than I'm currently playing, of course. We are playing with mods, but you're meaning, of course, content modded Spire, I'm imagining. That's true, the Spire board game is still in development, and I'm eagerly looking forward to seeing what that's like when it creates. And ultimately, no one can develop or play the same game forever. Private Snowball asks, what would I balance? I think there are certain playstyles and certain cards that I think are problematic, at least on Ascension 20, in that they're almost never reasonably takeable. These are cards like Clash is probably the easiest example to point to. If I was going to rework any one card, this would probably be it. It's exceedingly powerful if it works, but most of the time it doesn't work. So it's alternately either useless or too strong, which is the wrong kind of conditional for a card to be. But might I suggest Chess and Go? If you were going to pick one game to play forever, Chess certainly would be a reasonable pick. Pretty timeless title. The Game of Kings. The other question is, as Omarian asks, should A20 be the level to balance the game around? I don't necessarily think so. And when it comes to... The developers have to make decisions for every player in the game. I'd like to be able to balance the game around my own personal experience sometimes, but that wouldn't be something that would be beneficial for everybody else to have to play necessarily, even if it made the game more enjoyable for me specifically. Sod says, what other games do I like that scratch this same type of itch? Number one is Monster Train. I think Monster Train is with the Last Divinity DLC added, is a really enjoyable and replayable deck building experience. Roguebook hits some of the same veins, but I don't think it has the same longevity. If you're looking for non-deck building roguelites, then I can highly recommend Hades, for the kind of same decision-making style, but it's a real-time action title instead. What other games have I sunk like way too many hours into? FTL Faster Than Light, of course. If you haven't played that absolute classic of a roguelite, is a solid recommend there. Dicey Dungeons, another great one that's on the favorites list. Dicey Dungeons has got some jammin' tunes. Do you have 2,000 hours in Spelunky? Also a really good one. Not that big a Spelunky man myself, but it's definitely a title I've had a lot of enjoyment watching. I have taken a little bit of a look at Fights in Tight Spaces, Ethereal. I've watched a bit of it. That one does seem like it needs a little bit more time in the oven, but I'm really excited to take a look at it when it reaches probably 1.0. There's a whole host of different games, deck building games, roguelike games that are in various phases of early access. I've got hopes for all of them, but generally speaking, I try not to set my expectations too high or get too invested in a game before it reaches some kind of full release. Avoids putting too much hope and investment into something that isn't already concrete. There's exceptions here and there. Spire was an exception. I played this game during its early access period. But Spire was a golden egg of sorts. I have played a little bit of the Enter the Gungeon, and I've watched a lot of Binding of Isaac. I'm not exactly sure whom to recommend Binding of Isaac to, but it's definitely a game with a lot of appeal. Definitely a game where there's a ton of game knowledge you can absorb if you want to. Who's up now? We just won with Silence, so it must be Defect time. Defect only has a few relics they can get, right? How many actual Defect can we get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different starts. Just everything except the Cube and the Market Pane. Sasuke S4, thank you so much for the generous tier 2 sub and the 2 full years. Glad you've been enjoying the banners content. And no worries, lurkers are pretty much the most important thing in a stream community. So I appreciate each and every one of all y'all who lurks. Whether it be because you're watching on a device that doesn't allow you to interact with chat, or because you don't feel like you have anything that you want to add to the chat, because it moves too quickly for you, or whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm glad that you're here. Thanks for being here. Oh, definitely recommend If you pick up Binding of Isaac in any fashion, highly recommend some kind of game wiki. Oh, is that the sticker set that Firstain showed off on his stream, Philly? He had some cute ones to show off. Inraj! I'm so glad that you're still here. Good times. Good times. Choose. Oh, it's back. All right. I'm so ready. Try number 6 with the busted crown. Giving us an energy every turn, but one less option in card rewards. And that means that building a deck is kind of just a hopes and prayer kind of process. We'll take combats where we can to get card rewards, and we'll hope that that turns into a deck, but it definitely might not. Return of the return of the return of the return of the busted crown. Going to a shop early in your busted crown run, I think, is extremely important, because shops offer attacks, guaranteed. Hell, shops offer cards. Way more cards than combats offer. Ow. Well, that's a turn 1. Definitely Cicero Gold, very important in Busted Crown runs to get cards. It's a big reason that we should probably avoid Ectoplasm as a boss relic if we're offered it. Ooh, that's not the one. Barrage is certainly not the first card we want to be offered. With no starting orb, and only zap as orb generation, and very limited prospects for future orb generation, that is a pretty untakeable card. Now here's the kicker. We could get offered another Barrage from the next combat. Alright, I need something. That is definitely something. Thanks. Question mark. Alright, as mentioned, we need gold, so I will lose further HP to gain, ostensibly, something. Hopefully. Alright, we'll take 2 combats, so it's okay. We can rest, and then we can even rest again. We don't have to fight an elite at all this act, and we might choose not to. Although we do need to keep in mind that we at least have to be able to beat Hexaghost at the end of it all. But the Loose, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome, welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. We do get to add curses now. It means I can take the... I can take the box with the relic in it. And it might allow us to maybe take, like, the Calling Bell as a boss relic, if we can beat Hexaghost, but let's be honest, we have to beat Hexaghost first. Alright. Ball Lightning. Not a Ball Lightning, but definitely a takeable card. Hologram gets something out of the discard pile. It's also a little bit more reliable block. Down to 23 hit points, huh? Noting how often the dual cast is a dead draw turn 1. When you don't start with an orb. One of the reasons I often end up removing my dual cast. Although that can really bite you in the ass, potentially. Early Algorithm's also okay, and we're able to buy attacks here, so I'm not too worried about the lack of attack cards we've been offered so far. I'm just gonna go ahead and heal immediately here. Because the cards I want to upgrade are probably these cards. Oh! Membership card? Membership card, very excellent, of course, with a busted crown. I like the Ball Lightning as an attack card. I also like the Hello World, because the Hello World generates random common cards, which is very, very useful against Hexaghost, very, very useful against Act 1 elites. If I were to buy Ball Lightning Hello World, we could maybe fight 2 elites this act. But I think the membership card might be worth fighting 1 less elite. And not getting the Hello World. Go membership card, Ball Lightning. And then we go to this rest site and opt into this elite. I guess I could also go this way, fight this elite, and get 2 rest sites. But it's going to be better to do it this in this order. Yeah. So we'll go here, grab a relic, fight, event, fight, elite, event. And we'll have a membership card. Duras Futur, thank you so much for the 9 months. And Famas, thank you so much for 14 months in that Prime sub earlier. Could also rely on Metamorphosis here. I'm gonna go with the Membo card. I have 37 gold left. We'll buy us the Ball Lightning. If we end up dying to Hexaghost, then the membership card will have been the wrong play. But you know, it's a risk I'm willing to take. I think I'm going to upgrade the Ball Lightning here. Is this elite possible with the Flex Potion? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I think it's possible. It's not comfortable, though, is the problem. And there's definitely draw orders where we get a bad time. So I'd rather grab the extra upgrade. I think. I hope. Okay, oh! Look at that. Ma Bank right after the shop with membership card. That's going to be a minimum of maybe 150 gold by the like mid-act 2. If we can survive long enough. Again, this is a big if. This is not something that helps us beat Hexaghost, so we shouldn't actually be very excited about it. This is also not something that helps me beat Hexaghost. Dang it, dual cast. You done, dang it. I'm just gonna block really hard. Question mark. $744 is enough to do. This one. Take one more this turn. Should be done taking damage now, though. $14, this is $15. Yeah, it's a perfectly fine card. Not exactly amazing, but not bad. Are you kidding me? No, we'll die to Hexaghost if I take it, though. We have the ultimate reason. We have Darkstone Periep and the membership card. This is super duper good. But death, though. Yeah, we'll die rich. Die we will definitely do. There's only one chance to roll a store, and it's not a very likely outcome. I can't. I have to give this run a chance of going to Act 2. I really want to see it do that. Very much so. How many crown attempts are we at now? This will be number 5. Or this is attempt number 5, I guess. Okay, happy to see an explosive potion letting us do AoE, and the sweeping beam I think solves then, with the explosive potion, our sentries fight well enough for this elite fight to go reasonably well. Question mark? Could go this route? No, that's just... Cool, thank you so much for the 3 months. That tier 1 sub. What a cool sub. It's hologram, yeah. I'd have to rest before Hexaghost. Let's see. Not the turn for the go for the ice genetic combo. You know? Good news is we have both potions. Oh, and a data disk giving us 1 point of focus, and a defrag giving us another point of focus. Neat. That was a good elite fight. That's why we fight the elites. And that's why we didn't use the this is why we didn't use the explosive potion. Because this can happen at any time. This is in fact not a shop, but it might be better than a shop. Because this could be a damage card. Again with the dual cast turn 1, right? Like, that's why we want kind of to remove it. Well, I need this. I think I'm gonna try to save the flex spot. Let's take 3 here. Probably going to rest for Hexa. Not dead yet. Stinky frail, though. Don't really want to hit the Mad Gremlin. Guess I could kill the back one, but then the front guy? Do it this way. That will definitely help against Hexaghost, especially with Hologram. Unfortunately, 4 HP is too low to let us upgrade, so the Defrag, the Hologram, and the Streamline upgrade will all have to wait. Dejaxter and Bearloot, thank you so much for the collective 26 months of Prime sub. It's a lot of Prime. The good news is I think we actually get to go to Act 2 here. I think. I hope. If I get a 4 attack hand, I'm going to use the Flex Potion immediately. At any point. And we're generating orbs slowly enough, I'm going to choose not to dual cast so that we get the per turn damage for the rest of this combat. Math and Carnage, thank you for 8 more months of Prime. What about that hologram? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now it's too late, so we'll just walk. And Mr. DNA, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Physics. Physics? Ah, well, that's why we rested. Although we're currently on track to die to the 9x2 turn. That's not good. The draws have been very painful here. Draws are very painful. Ooh. Can't hologram either Ball Lightning or Streamline here. I'm just gonna holo the beam. Yeah. Only a couple of turns to kill. Come on. No. We're gonna die next turn. This is the way we've drawn our cards this fight. Alright, back to Niao we go. GG. Late Fizzledog, thank you for 26 months. Well, I feel like we could have won this fight, but definitely not with that particular order of the cards being drawn. Yikes. For what it's worth, we were... I mean... Yeah. Our block density was reasonable. Yeah, that was just spooky. Oh well. On to the Watcher. Which will be another crack at the tiny house. Sweet. Will we get offered a pressure points this time? No, will we get offered a talk to the hand? Which seems like a pretty reasonable floor 1 card. Also got a Cultist Potion, which basically solves a Lagavulin fight. That does allow us, I think, reasonably to go for our Burning Elite in Act 1. Although there's a 3 Elite path I can take if I don't do that. Yeah, let's grab a Talk to the Hand. Act Boss is Slime Boss, noted. Okay, I'm gonna go for this 3 Elite path. Kind of leaning on the Cultist Potion, which is obscenely good for Watcher. Obscenely. This doesn't kill, unfortunately, but we only take 7. Interesting. Not actually a good set of potions to find this early. But, okay. Cacaw, I guess. Interesting set of 3 options here. What if I make myself take the early worship? Bowling Bash could be a fun option too, actually. It combos quite nicely with the Talk to the Hand. And we're fighting Slime Boss. Yeah, I'm going to take a Bowling Bash, actually. I think that's a very good starting card. And I feel spicy, so I'm going to go with Transforma Defend. Into a Spirit Shield. That's a bigger, better defend. Gonna avoid the shop, even though we actually hit a reasonable total for a store. But we're going to probably go to this shop. Choo-choo. I was actually meant to talk to the hand, the front one there. Yes. That's okay. know, actually, this works fine. Get a better potion? No! Ooh. Consecrate I particularly like with Talk to the Hand. Flurry of Blows is good too, of course, returning to our hand when we change stances. Or good old Empty Fist, get out of the current stance, also quite helpful. Again, because of Slime Boss, I'm going to let myself be persuaded to lean in the direction of the Consecrate here. Also because of our strength-gaining potions. But I think any of those three cards are completely valid in that position. Do I let the Talk to the Hand persuade me to take either a Just Lucky or a Sash Whip? Just Lucky is a fun little inclusion. Does a little bit of block, a little bit of damage, and lets you look at the top card. And that can be quite useful, especially in Slime Boss fight, to let us discard slimes. 3 elites between us and the shop. I think that's a price that's too high to pay, Mr. Serpent. But I do think we are well equipped now for the elite fights of Act 1, especially with these potions here. First up, the Gremlanius Nobulus will use our Strength Potion for the immediate damage output. I think we should only need the one, though. We don't need to use both potions. We'll want to enter Wrath with Eruption as soon as we draw it. Which is right now. Let's just verify that that would be a kill next turn. With 2 points of strength, almost certainly. This will be 22 damage. Strikes will be 16, and this will be 18. So 56 damage. Yes, we can easily do that. Playing the Defend actually makes us take 1 more damage, as it gives the knob 3 strength. But we're in Wrath, so it's 6 additional damage. So I'll pay my 12 HP to beat the knob, get a meal ticket healing us at the first shop, and one of these options. Deceive Reality is one of my favorite block cards on the Watcher, since it creates a retaining block for when you need it most. Or a Wheel Kick to draw 2, which is also quite nice given that we've added a couple of zero-costers to the deck. I think I'm going to take the Deceive Reality. One, we just beat a Gremlin Knob, so there's less of a penalty for adding a skill. The other, I think it's quite useful against Slime Boss. And it helps us scale the Spirit Shield, too. Probably want to upgrade the Eruption first. I think the Consecrate gaining +3 is also really significant. Talk to the Hand is nice, but not so important for the next elite fight, which is either Sentries or Lagavulin. Good against Lega, of course, but against the Sentries it won't matter much. In both cases, the Eruption upgrade is going to be quite useful. Get that Eruption upgrade first. I feel like we're going to be dependent on this Eruption for a while, for some reason. It is indeed Sentries first, works for me. I don't feel the need to use the potion because we've added some cards that handle this combat pretty well, including the Bowling Bash. Ooh, I'm back to regret not playing that, Oh no, we have enough damage, good. It's not going to be a useful Wrath. And by discarding 1 card off the top there, I'd go from a draw pile of 6 to 5, so that I get to reshuffle all of my cards back into the draw pile with these Dazed. Do something like this. Let's take 1 to get that Talk to the Hand played. That's an unfortunate draw order, but not too much of a problem. Only really 10 damage. Letter Opener will certainly be useful, dealing AoE damage if we play 3 skills on our turn. It makes an Evaluate a little bit more tempting, because it adds an insight to the draw pile, which makes the Letter Opener easy to do. Devotion giving us Mantra per turn is also pretty interesting. Slime Boss fight's pretty long. This card will definitely get used in that combat. Perseverance also helps scale the Spirit Shield, that's true, another retaining card, although I don't feel like I need another block card at this point. 22 health gonna be enough for either Lega or Nob. It should be, yeah, I should only need 16 hit points for Nob. Especially with this Cultist Potion. Although I might need more if I take a Devotion. I should actually skip here. Should go into our next fight. It's a very good find. With an upgrade on Consecrate. And we do get a Lagavulin. Good. I think I should use the Cultist Potion for that. So one safety full blocks, we get to keep the other one. Good. Should be a perfect fight. Is that lethal? This is 24, 34 times 2 is 68 plus 13, yes. Bonk. Score ourselves a White Beast statue, giving us a potion now and forevermore. Ooh, Carve Reality is the attack complement to Deceive Reality. Gives us a Retaining Smite. I actually quite like this card as an offensive one, especially in situations where you're a little bit behind on your damage. And that's definitely a case here. The Evaluate's better than ever now. We have both Letter Opener and Smoothstone, too. And that's right, then we can take a Master Reality and kind of pretend that it's actually doing something. More realistically, I can take a Establishment and feel good about it. Can I buy a Frozen Eye and feel good about it? We actually have no card draw. The only thing is the Just Lucky. That doesn't seem that helpful. Yeah. But of course, as we get more card draw, Frozen Eye becomes more and more useful. Study with Letter Opener is pretty spicy, and that would be a real... Then we would have an actual reason to take Master Reality, hilariously. Ceramic Fish could give us gold for future cards. Nothing wrong with max HP. I actually think max HP is very, very valuable on Watchers specifically, when you're fighting the Heart. I agree that we currently beat Slime Boss, so we can kind of just build for Act 2 here. With Letter Opener and Smoothstone, it's definitely Remove Strike over Remove Defend. Is Letter Opener Smoothstone enough reason to take a second to Deceive Reality? I like this card enough that I would take 2 here. We could go Deceive and Study. That's not going to be a very good build, is it? It feels like it's a little slow, but kind of curious, actually. Alright, I'll try that. I don't necessarily think that this is the best line of play. Maybe a second Bowling Bash helps with that. Although the letter opener is going to do a lot of AoE damage now. Can't say that I do, Pele. Can't say that I do. No, this is actually kind of working out. Greater than or equal to 3. Yep. Hey, Cut Through Fate to give us more scry. This is where the Frozen Eye would have immediately become really good. I'm gonna grab the Tranquility is not the worst option here, I don't think. But I'm definitely gonna grab that, and I am going to Anger the Mushrooms despite my lack of specialization in mycology. Perhaps indeed because of it. Is what? Vigilance. Oh, actually, if we're in Wrath stance, it'll be 18 damage? It's probably supposed to be Defend, Talk to the Hand, Bowling Bash. It's okay, though. Take a little bit of damage, actually. I'll do what I originally planned. We should have killed the one with slightly higher HP. Ultimately, it doesn't matter too much. Odd Mushroom makes us take less extra damage when vulnerable. We are offered some zero-cost skills that scale really nicely with the letter opener Smoothstone. Or that wheel kick. I'll pass. And I'm going to upgrade the study so it's more easy to play. We're already, because we have a study, not really interested in a Snecko Eye very much. So I don't need to worry about that particular penalty of cost reductions. Right. We can then stockpile skills to use the letter opener with. Or draw towards key cards on key turns. I think we'll actually be very happy with Consecrate Spirit Shield next turn. Indeed I am. Or I can block with the Vigilance. But no. Choose death. For my foes. GG. Oh man, an Ambrosia! And there it is! It's up against Scrawl and Vault. That's so... Which are definitely better cards. Actually, the Vault is incredible here, notably enabling Study to generate a new thingy. But come on, we have 2 Deceive Realities, and a Study, and a Carve Reality. If this isn't the time for Master Reality, what is? So I'm going to allow myself to choose this Master Reality, even though I don't think it's actually that good. What it's going to do is cause the safeties to block for 4 more, it caused the smites to damage for 4 more, and most importantly, cause the insights to draw for 1 more. Literally placing me under arrest. Take this man away. Right now. Watch, and I'm going to win from here because I have Ambrosias constantly coming into my hand, but we're going to pretend it's because of the Master Reality. It's actually the potions, though. Oh man, Black Star. With an Ambrosia, I can definitely kill 1 elite. I think White Beast Statue makes Black Star pretty better in general, and this is definitely the kind of deck that will get a lot better with more relics. Could also take the Fusion Hammer. More energy is genuinely very good. More energy would mean the letter opener would do stuff way more often. We don't take Velvet Choker with insights and such. But I'm going to try the Black Star. We're going to try to get our energy the unconventional way. Cool, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Welcome on into the Cozy Sub Club, everybody. And we're going to fight ourselves at least 1 elite here. I'm thinking about this one first. We'll take probably a number of events along the way, because combats seem like they're going to be hard. But maybe they won't be. What if everything was actually just really easy? What then? Able to just casually enter a Wrath there, in part because we have a Stance Potion to bail us out if need be. Definitely just draw Lethal next turn, or Lethal this turn. Don't forget, we are getting new potions, but we don't necessarily want to use the current great potions, unless they're saving us some hit points or something. I'll happily take a Third Eye for some Scry. Second Bowling Bash is also maybe merited now that we're on Act 2, with a Black Star and 3 energy. Actually, that is a pretty good reason to take a second Bowling Bash. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. For Gremlin Leader, and for, most importantly, 3 Slavers. We really want to be able to draw Bowling Bash turn 1, turn 2. Having 2 copies makes that a lot more likely to happen. Ooh, choose one of 20. Okay. Battle him! We can take the Third Eye that we just skipped. Or the Bowling Bash, if we want another one. Foreign Influence also pretty interesting with the Master Reality, as it generates card... Actually, it's also combos with the Letter Opener, and it's a card with an energy discount upgrade. Give me that. Alkapanek, thank you so much for the Prime sub and those 28 months. My, how the time flies. Ritual Dagger. It's definitely one of the better Ritual Daggers I've been offered on Watcher. Ritual Dagger says, deal 15 damage. If this card kills a non-minion enemy, permanently increase its damage. Getting stronger and stronger. Really good with the various stance cards. Or we could take 50 gold for our next shop. Also quite valuable. Saves us a few hit points too. I haven't been liking the dagger as much. in situations where I feel like I can't get it upgraded or where I'm worried about my short term. Pass it again. Like a worse Oathbreaker, that's right. That's right. Alright, I'm doing it. We're playing the Master Reality. Contemplating Stance Potion here, but we won't. Bashar of the Ages, thank you so much for the 2 months and that Prime sub. Keeping it cozy. Let's see, how much damage is this? Currently we need to do 40 damage before Wrath. We want to kill. Currently have 24... 31. This has to be 9 damage for 1 energy. It was. Fear no evil, a way to potentially leave Wrath stance, increasingly valuable as the deck gets larger. Also potentially an energy generator for us. Good with Talk to the Hand. Yeah, I think we need this. Not my favorite way to do a Wrath entry, or a Calm entry rather, with this particular shenanigans, but that's alright. Cool rebound generation there. Next turn could hurt a bit. Not that bad. Okay. Let's see. This could be Master Reality, Deceive Reality, Safety Plus. This could be Talk to the Hand, Just Lucky, Deceive Reality, Safety. I should probably use the Dexterity Potion, since it'll save quite a bit of health this turn, and we're getting a new potion anyway. Yeah. That obviates the need to play the Master Reality, which I shouldn't want to play anyway. I probably shouldn't play the Study either, since each study adds a daze to the draw pile. I can just play Vigilance Deceive Reality, but then I don't get to do any damage? I could go Vigilance, then Eruption, Deceive, Safety. We end the turn in Wrath, but we use the Safety? No. Let's take the slow route, I guess. Punished? Well, at least we're consistently able to block this. But for how long? For forever, apparently. Easy. Just never take damage. ever. Weird combat. I actually really like a skill potion. Skill potion will get upgraded by our Master Reality. Empty Body Plus, huh? It's another Wrath exit. Be a Calm exit. I'm worried we have maybe too many block cards, but I'm not going to turn down the free plus. Alright, on to our first elite combat. I think I am going to upgrade the Foreign Influence, letting us play the generated attack for free. That can be an Immolate Plus or a Bludgeon Plus. Also like the Master Reality upgrade, making that 0 cost. Okay. Instantly. Rewarded? Question mark? Yes, that's exactly enough damage, thanks to the upgrade, to kill both gremlins. Amazing. And I'm going to go ahead and use the skill potion. This is also an upgraded skill. Bear in mind. Judgment Plus in the deck for this fight? Actually unnecessary. I want Empty Mind or Wave of the Hand. Go with Empty Mind. Nice. Need damage for next turn. Good. Let's see here. Eruption Car Bowling Bash takes out both minions. Shame I can't Bowling Bash the Gremlin leader. Might do that. Can't play Study or Deceive Reality either. Okay, Fear No Evil's coming up next turn, so that'll protect me if we're being attacked. So we do have a guaranteed out. Let me get to some damage regardless. Okay, that looks like a good turn. Do Bowling Bash second. We get guaranteed Smite Plus on the leader. And if they're not attacking, this is just a good damage turn. Let's generate a block. Kind of an emergency option. Bonk. Very glad I picked up those double Bowling Bashes. What a great first elite fight with Black Star, and what a great first reward. Potion Belt, giving us more potion slots with the White Beast statue. Incredible. Vajra for 1 point of strength. Excellent. And maybe one of these cards. Mediocre. But I certainly feel capable of bopping whatever the next elite is. Go ahead and skip all this. Like, maybe Inner Peace? Nah, let's just skip it all. Got a full heal at the shop, and the membership card is back from him. The poor defect who died to Hexaghost. If we want more insights, the Evaluate is here. Definitely gonna start by getting everything cheaper. What about Chrysalis? Wait, Chrysalis with letter opener? Master Reality? But I have to not remove a card to do that? It's gonna be so bad, right? I think. It's so good, though. Theoretically. Let's try it. I've never tried to do this. I don't think we want to upgrade it. though. But we do want it. And I... Dang, we've passed up all the opportunities to get mantras so far. Never too late to start, and Chrysalis might be generating mantra cards. I'm going to take the Domaru. Gives us 1 mantra per turn. I'm going to try not to use a potion here. So far, not good. We're just going to take some damage. Seems fine. We really need to do some damage. Although he can't attack me next turn, so this is fine. She might, though. No, she's buffing strength again, plus 8, terrifying. Okay. I think we've gotten control over this combat, but it's oddly terrifying. We can draw these immediately? I'm in. What do you got? Wait, what? Card cost... Oh, and Byronium says, note on Chrysalis, card cost can be wonky if the upgrade is a cost upgrade. Note, in case, this vault is, for some reason, actually 2 cost. But miracles anyway, so we're fine. It's a sweet interaction. That was cool. That was pretty cool. Bolt. Heal kick minus, battle him minus. I'm gonna go with none of the above. We'll go into our second elite fight. The Book of Stabbing. This is definitely a fight that merits a power potion. I think we're a little bit slow when it comes to single target damage specifically. Lykewater is some nice block immediately. Ooh, 24 on turn 1. That's extra bad. Establishment could be nice too. Take the free steady. And Deceive is on top. Okay, so we're not going to play the Vigilance then. I'm just going to Deceive. And since this is blocking perfectly, I'm going to play that too. Sense of Steel. This is definitely the fight I'm most afraid of. Get that smite into my hand. My Empty Body Defend, is that a full block? It is, and it's a mini proc. I don't think I get a choice though. Seems increasingly likely that I'm about to use my Ambrosia. I guess I should use the Master Reality and then the Foreign Influence. We can evaluate from there. Should create an upgraded card here. Pog. Alright, well that changes things. Does that mean we have lethal without the Ambrosia? If I go Fear No Evil first. Do some quick maths. 9 plus 10 is 19. And then double damage from there. So 86. 105 plus 20. 125 plus 26 is a kill. Yes, it is. Make sure we have enough energy for that. This puts us down to 1, back to 2. Yes, perfect. Bonk. What a beautiful outcome that was. Amazing. Terrainco, thank you so much for the 8 heckin' months. You played well, but after my streams, you're playing godly good. Very nice. Give me some scry. This might be too many defense cards, but with an Art of War, I actually don't mind having a lot of block cards. And since we still have the Ambrosia, I'm going for the third elite, easy peasy like. That Master Reality really came in clutch there, right? Ooh, strength on turn 1, particularly good with the bag of marbles. We can take the jacks to give us strength, or we can transform 2 cards. Turning... Be careful with the strikes, we kind of need them. I think 1 strike and 1 defend into 2 new cards. I like that. I don't think we have enough attacks, although the Bowling Bash would be excellent turn 1 with the Mutagenic Strength. So maybe we do want to consider Mutagenic Strength. Who knows what a transform could be? What do we get? Deceive Reality number 3 and a Crescendo, Retaining Wrath. I actually love that. Love both of those. Very much. And I love cheap cards even more. I'm gonna upgrade this one. Ow. Yeah, this is the downside to removing your attack cards, of course. Yikes. That is 38 damage headed our way on turn 1, and I can do nothing about it. Ambrosia, unfortunately, doesn't even let me do anything, really. We can play the Chrysalis with the extra energy, and the Steady. But that's all it is +3 energy here. We would do 1 letter opener, but we're still not killing any gremlins, even if I use the Ambrosia. Let's see what the top 5 are. What's next turn? Okay, Bowling Bash, yes. Talk to the Hand, yes. The thing is, we get more energy next turn. Yeah, I'm wondering if we use the Cultist. We'd also use that in the Bronze Automaton fight. Yeah, at least we didn't get a strength buff on turn 1. It's like a crescendo. Okay, that's acceptable. That's spectacular. Free Predator Plus is also spectacular. The Predator, actually. This could be 11 times 3. 26, 28. Question is, do I want to keep one of these safeties or not? I'm going to go with no. I want to full block this turn is what I want to do. Alright. Rigo Pillow incentivizes us to rest before Bronze Automaton, but I don't think I'm going to. Rush down here for some card draw on Wrath entry, which is somewhat useful. Might not take it, though. Warpaint did not, unfortunately, upgrade Chrysalis like I was kind of hoping it would. What deck doesn't want to rush down, you know? Although decks that don't draw Wrath very quickly don't want rush down, I guess is the answer. Feels like a long and slow kind of Bronze Automaton combat. I think we've got the block endurance to get there. Let's get this Talk to the Hand upgraded before I lose my opportunity to do it. Won't help much in this Bronze Automaton fight. But I think we're mostly good for this combat. Definitely not going to Eruption turn 1 when my exit's in hand. I'll have to draw the Consecrate next turn, so let's just lose the Talk to the Hand. Get a Smite into our hands. Mostly trying to preserve hit points early on here. Let's see what Chrysalis gives. A free Omniscience. Nope, it's actually a 3-cost Omniscience. That's right. Although a real free Spirit Shield Plus and a real free Empty Body Plus. Those will definitely help with blocking. Let's see. Incoming damage this turn, 24, block for 10, take 14. Oof. Save the skill potion for later? I guess so. Give the Wrath next turn. Sure, you can just keep that. Or whatever. Go for it. Free Meteor Strike. Yes. Commence Bunk. Gauge additional Bonkitude. Don't actually want to Omniscience right now. That's the thing. So do I play a safety or no? I just kill you. I just won't Omniscience. Sneaking a little bit of damage there. Of course, Hyper Beam is the big block turn, but we've got the big blocks with these safeties. Easy peasy. So I can Omni the Meteor Strike? Hell yeah. Let's go. Not even in Wrath, who needs to be? GG. Reality. Deus Ex Machina is kind of nice for its miracle generating abilities. Sometimes those miracles will even be upgraded. Drinking fruit juice before you end of act heal actually doesn't increase the amount of hit points you'll get from the end of act heal, since the healing you get is based on your missing HP, and the fruit juice does not increase how many hit points you're missing. So we should see if we're getting a Sacred Bark, and I would very happily take a Sacred Bark, and then get 10 max HP out of this. I think I'll take the Deus Ex. I think it's great with this letter opener. And with her Spirit Shield, too. Could take this Blasphemy for retaining Divinity. Oh, we do get a Sacred Bark! I'm in! Let's go. Sacred Bark says, double the effectiveness of potions. We're getting 1 potion every combat, and we are having 4 potion slots. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Enter Divinity. Twice! Might mean that I... Oh, no, I have to go here. Okay. It's gonna be a tough fight. Take 1 event. Do I dare? Eruption Bowling Bash. 1, 2, 3 exits. Have to use the Ambrosia if I'm wrong. Try this way. Would have had to use the Ambrosia, still have to use the Skill Potion, unfortunately. But Ascender's Bane and Chrysalis both really punishing me here. 2 third eyes. But when you need more eyes, then you already have. Turn this miracle into a miracle plus, please. Thanks. Deck really struggling on 3 base energy. Not surprising to me, but I'm curious to see how well we can make it work. So far, it's mostly with letter opener. Yes, we basically permanently have an orb slot now. Because of the foreign influence in the deck. It's a mod the Spire thing. It's a little bit unusual. So I want to meditate. It sure seems like a lot more next turn stuff. Maybe the Tantrum's what we need, especially with the Talk to the Hand. For some immediate oomphnage. But is it reliable enough? Find out. Spring Voices. Don't want to Writhe Curse. I will take one more event, actually. Yes, potions, thank you. An Entropic Brew is a huge find. I'll also take the Liquid Memories and the Swift Potion over these 4 Miracles, which are cool but awkward. I need the card draw more than the energy, I think? Question mark? At least in the early parts of fights. Yeah, just like... Bees to card draw, thank you. Loose? Don't need a second tantrum. Oh boy, this is a tough customer. I think I'm just gonna go crescendo, play the attacks, and next turn we'll use Liquid Memories to try to kill it. Or maybe I use Liquid Memories this turn because we have vulnerable this turn. 54 damage to do that again. Much better than 54 can I do? Not much. Should have did it again. 24, which leaves it at 40. Should have done it again. Red. Alright, that means we just have to use the Entropic Brew now, I guess. It's deeply unfortunate. Alright, we're 1 skill short. Get a 10 regen potion in replacement. I also quite like this Sanctity, blocks for a lot, and draws cards if the last card played was a skill. Okay, the first elite is Max HP Reptomancer, which is definitely spooky. Is it spooky enough that I just want to kill her immediately? Let's see, if I drink the Flex Potion and the Ambrosia, Bowling Bash would be 13, 19... Well, it'd be 13 times 4.5. It's 58 times 3. It's only 174, actually. But I guess I can combine that with the third eye. Let's see what we're drawing next turn. Second Bowling Bash. So actually, no. Next turn we do the thing then, because it'll be a ×5 Bowling Bash. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, it's actually 10 strength. You're right. Excuse me, it is 10 strength. Well, this works just as well, right? Certainly not a kill without. Nice timing with the toy ornithopter. Do get the scroll bar. Good stuff. Damaru Devotion, that's a real thing. Grab that. Error! Thank you so much for the tier 1 and the 7 months of support. Hope that sub was not made in error. Let's see, rest site or shop? Shop is a heal and we're rich. We'll go to the shop. Besides, the shop has cauldron, the shop has another fruit juice. The shop has boat thingy. I love it. Give me 10 max HP, please. For like 50 gold. It's a pretty good deal. Jack of all trades, shockingly good with Master Reality and Letter Opener. Definitely going to remove a card, though. Let's get rid of a strike. Then I removed every attack that I ever had. And wondered why I couldn't do damage anymore. Cultist Potion, 2 strength per turn, that's pretty sweet. Flurry of Blows looking better than before. It's a hilarious cauldron. I'll just take the boat thing. I am a boat now. Or at least a third. Ornamental Fan might have been nice, but Sapphire Key is demanded. Been a decent flex potion too. Feels like we're okay without though. At least for now. I'm going to play the Talk to the Hand and not the Chrysalis. At least not yet. Pretend that all of this is going to help. Hey look, it's helping. Keep drawing. Whoops. Not the insight. Here's Devotion. Really good Spirit Shield, too. Maybe it's better to bank that one energy. Probably, in fact. Okay, Divinity next turn. That's the plan, then. Oh no. Those aren't helpful. Those out of here. Okay, so currently Smite does 81 damage. That should be plenty, then. Yeah. There's the Bag of Preparation, giving us 2 additional cards on turn 1. Maw Bank to give us money until we visit a store. That'll be a decent amount before the Act 4 shop, especially with the membership card. Fasting, no thank you. We don't have enough energy as it is. Alright, and real quick before we make any other decisions to sack, because I can't think straight, I need a quick bathroom break. So I will be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Okay, we're back. Thank you, everybody, for your patience during that short break. Feeling good here. We have some very, very strong potions gearing up into the late game. Do I want this third eye is the real question before me, I suppose. I feel like the answer to that is probably yes. We're going to really need to lean on Art of War for energy. Schmuckster, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Council. Population... us. We can kill this lad with the letter opener if we need to. Or at least help ourselves a little bit with the letter opener. Should have probably drank one of the potions there. What I should actually do is top up with the regen potion. We have a real tantrum now. Let's take a royal rush down. More card draw, please. Okay, we'll top up now, I guess. Good turn for body slam. Ganador, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome, welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Is in fact a chonky spiker. No problem, though. A Meditate Plus. With Rushdown Tantrum, this deck would love a Meditate. Putting 2 cards in the discard pile into our hand and retaining them. Kinda lets us seek out anything that we might need. Tantrum, Chrysalis, and Eruption all next turn. We might be being attacked for quite a lot of damage next turn, so I'm not really that comfortable with drawing most of those. Certainly not comfortable being in Wrath, with 30 damage headed our way. This is a reasonable turn for the Speed Potion, unless we're hoping to maybe block the debuff of the Speed Potion somehow to beat the Heart. Would be definitely a way to do it. I'm gonna try to save the Speed Potion Power Potion. As best I can. Orange pellets would get us there too. Yeah, they would. Part of the reason we picked up the Divinity package is being still on 3 energy. It's very, very useful to get 3 immediately when we enter Divinity. Give me a wish! Okay. And there's the Ancient Potion to go with the Speed Potion, and potentially the Flex Potion. I was supposed to use the Explosive Potion before the combat was over, but that's okay. Maybe I'll keep it in case of Repto. Ditch the Power Potion now that we have Ancient Pot, Speed Pot for Heart. Okay. And it is Repto, so I'm very grateful for this Explosive Potion right now. Well, I might not need it on this turn. She's guaranteed to attack me this turn, because she can't summon when there's 4 daggers on the field. Is that wise? Seems reasonable. Now I get to do this. But none of this is block, problematically. Good. Thanks for the setup turn, lady. What a double bowling bash. This will be 24 times 2 each. That should be a kill then. Good fight. Health galore. Pair puts us to 99 max HP, and the Pantograph will heal us for 25 start of each boss combat. Excellent, excellent. Another Consecrate Plus is not actually a bad damage option, although it does mess with our Art of War. Next up, Time Eater. Time Eater could be a bit of a problem for us. I guess we're looking to retain some attacks into Divinity turns. We've got a good block strategy. It's the studies that'll be a slight problem. Not a huge problem, but a slight problem. Is this worth playing? Body Slam this turn? Hell yeah, it's worth playing. This would be so much damage. Lucky attack patterns so far. Extremely lucky attack patterns so far. No debuffs headed our way. At least not yet. Or no draw debuffs, specifically. Extremely to talk to the hand. I have to get that devotion in play. There's the mean stuff, but it's not too mean. Oh yeah, this hurts. With Pantograph, I don't feel like I need to prevent this damage with any of our potions, at least not yet. We're entering Divinity next turn, so playing Eruption is a-okay if I want to. Can't play 5 cards, the problem. I think I'm gonna skip the study for now, then. It's a really unfortunate turn to be entering Divinity. Ooh, great turn to draw a Spirit Shield, though. Two more cards. It's okay. Good turn for Body Slam. We'll play the Chrysalis here. Getting a free Spirit Shield, that feels good. Actually, didn't need to play the Miracle there. It's all good. Back those two. Understood. Not a bad Time Eater fight overall. We had worse ones. Enjoy the sleep lurk, Ivy Blade. Have a good night. Oh god, what have I done? Okay. Well, by reading chat and talking about how good the fight was going, I made it go badly. Oops. Why you should never talk, ever, while you're playing a video game. David, can you, like, die, though? Yes, good. Dear sir, thank you for dying. Okay, who's next? Book Bloke does punish us for playing powers. So we gotta be careful not to play too many of them. Possibly not the study, but I am gonna play the Master Reality at the very minimum. Probably this devotion, too. 3 Sunder plus, wow. What a generation for this turn. The luck. Still, it's 49. Okay, so that's going to generate massive energy in addition to killing the bird for us. And I can meditate it back. Do that again. Seems pretty good. Only boat thingy for block, but that's not the hugest of deals. So do I play the devotion? I'm gonna go with yes, I do. Turn 2 multi-attack is scary, but not that bad, actually. With Empty Body and Deceive Realities in hand. Can create quite a lot of block here. Yeah, we're actually just fine. Let's actually Miracle Cut Through Fate into that Vigilance. Play that instead. So keep the safety around. How about Rushdown? Do I play that? I don't think so. I think with the Divinity coming up, we use that for our offense instead. Curious what the Chrysalis gives this run. Or this combat. Alt. Prostrate Tranquility. You love to see it. Can hardly argue with more mantra, right? I think we want to use our exhausting cards in the first phase here. Because we can play the rest of our powers in the second phase. Get him, letter opener. Okay, next turn is Divinity. Let's get that Sunder. And the Carve Reality for maximum damage. And that might actually let me play this. Yes. And play Study and Rushdown. Wow, lucky draw there. The power's in play. Sneaky-like. Gotta play him when he won't notice ya. That's how it goes. Take a bit of avidity this next turn. Damage cards? Insight's like a damage card. Except not at all. By the way, Mog, thank you so much for those 100 bits. Appreciate having you on the sidelines. Alright, any relics that need to be set up here? Feel like it. Two thump, two thump, two thump. A deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of master reality, actually doing helpful things? Glance suspiciously at the heart. Not sure if you trust it. But I tell you, if anything's going to win this run from here, it's going to be the magical power of the Sacred Bark, giving us some awesomely incredible potions. Let's upgrade this Tantrum for one additional hit. That could be absolutely essential with the Flex Potion against Spire, Spear, and Shield. I think upgrading Rushdown to cost nothing would have also been a really good choice. We can Bottled Lightning here. Oh man, where we have a second Ancient Potion? Oh my goodness. What skill would I want on turn 1? Third Eye Plus, probably. I think the only one we don't actually have is the Cauldron, and we did see that earlier, too. We almost bought it, in fact. But yeah, we got the full set of potion synergies here. It's quite effective. I think I'm thinking about that. Second Ancient Potion allows me to use Ancient Potion Flex Potion against Spire, Spear, and Spire Shield, and then Ancient Potion Speed Potion against the Heart, which I really like. I'll definitely be removing a card. Do we maybe just go, like, Orichalcum? It's not a great relic, but it does chip in sometimes. And if I was going to remove any one card, it would be... Eruption? Bend? Strike Plus is actually quite helpful. Goyo feeling the Battle Hymn. I'm a little worried about my ability to actually play the Smites. Oh, no, 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 we'll have Divinity. Yeah. I am also feeling this Battle Hymn. Gamblers could definitely get me out of a tight spot, Gunch style. And then the idea would maybe be Flex Potion and one Gambler's Brew and try to kill Spire, Spear, Spire, Shield that way. with just one really quick burst of power. Don't actually need to block vulnerable against Heart that much because of the odd mushroom, notably. Although we will if we carry an Ancient Potion to Heart. I don't know. Heart is, I believe, vulnerable, weak, frail? I want to say frail is last. Yeah, okay. I think I'm sold. We only really need the Strength Potion on one turn. And I do like the Battle Hymn. In which case, I might as well take the Orichalcum, and I also might as well buy the Hand Drill. Let's go. Whenever you break an enemy's block, apply 2 vulnerable. It's only the Time Snail. The Heart applies... Heart always applies Frail. Actually, I immediately wish I could keep this 10 Strength. Dang it. Shield next turn is okay. Battle Hymn, you're a little late. Actually, how much damage is this? 24. Math time. 4 plus 14. Plus... I can play all of these. 9 plus 7 plus 13. 67. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 70? It's 137. Okay. Wait, this only hits 2 times. Shoot. Still correct, I think. So close to a kill. Play this then. Dang it. It's fine, I can't whisper. Yeah. Looking good. Oh, I should not have done that, though. Let's see here. No, I should not have done that. I don't have an exit. And I don't think I have a kill either. No, I definitely don't. So I guess we need to use the third eye to shuffle the draw pile, and probably also the deceive reality here. Next turn we're taking the ×2 attack. Can't really afford that then. Don't tell me I did a dumb. Shoot. Hey, good. Easy game. You still take a lot of damage on this turn, unfortunately. That's what the pantograph is for. Very much what the pantograph is for. Calipers might be good here, letting us retain block from turn to turn with, don't forget, 10 bonus dexterity. And either a prostrate, which I think is going to be the take, or a top to the hand. I think that's prostrate, because of the bonus dex. What a great set of relics to have found. So Ancient Potion plus Speed Potion, that's 11 dexterity for this turn. Put Tantrum back in the draw pile, sure. Don't get any vuln. We get Devotion down turn 2. I have way too many Deceive Realities in my hand. Who thought this would be legal? This is not legal. Reject your reality and substitute my own. I guess I should just play these now while I can. Calipers are good here. Play the exhausting stuff. We got. Oh, those aren't upgraded? We got Alpha, Beta, Omega, though. Didn't get Tuck to the Hand down before Artifact came into play, unfortunately. Omega into the draw pile. Meanwhile, 6 times 15 is happening. Can I maybe draw into Divinity so I can actually play the Omega? That'd be nice. This helps. So if I get plus to 100, it only does 60, but 60 is a lot. Failed to get it in play, too. Get one card as well. Cap out damage on these Divinity turns. Okay, Divinity next turn. Makes this a reasonable Wrath turn. Get a little bit of damage in here. Oh, yeah, that's good. And the ideal hope is that we can somehow kill next turn. Otherwise, we're staring down an awful lot of damage. By 15 with only 3 energy to spend this turn. The good news is we have 89 hit points, and I might need them all. Let's go in there, Lupin. Hey, hey. Eight by 15 sure is a big number. Dang it, Omega. Get out of here. Enough that I can't block with my own two-face. Well, this is going to be ugly, because there's going to be a lot of wounds added to the hand here. To the deck. Yeah, just add, you know, 8 or 9 of those. Easy peasy. But then we're there. GG. The Tiny House Watcher makes it work. GG, everybody. GG. I can't believe we won after adding that copy of Chrysalis to the deck. Although I can't say it really helped all that much. Kind of won in spite of it, really, right? Either way, GG. 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 Spire sleeps. So shall I. GG. Tiny House makes it off the list. Only 7 relics remain, 2 of which are Ironclad exclusive. The Mark of Pain and the Runic Cube. Hoping that we'll get one of those with this Ironclad attempt next. How did 99 health arise? 2 Sacred Bark fruit juices is the answer. We got 20 hit points from fruit juice. Still no Dripper wins, that's right. I think we only had 1 attempt with the Dripper and it died in Act 1. We've had quite a few Act 1 deaths, and that is one of the things I find pretty tough with the boss swaps, is your Act 1. I usually advocate looking at the map in Act 1 before you commit to swapping your relic, but of course, this challenge requires relic swap wins, so we'll take them where we can get them. We had 1 Mark of Pain run. And that one, I think, got to Act 4. Kellogg's Allbrand, thank you as always for those generous 1,000 bits. It's gonna be the Velvet Choker, limiting us to 6 cards per turn, but giving us additional energy each turn. I think Ironclad is really well suited for the Velvet Choker. His starting deck doesn't want to play more than 6 cards per turn. And it's not until you have like 5 or 6 energy that Ironclad doesn't benefit from it. Stormy asks, what are signs that you shouldn't boss relic swap? I think one of the big ones is there's a forced elite within the first 7 or 8 floors. If there's no way to avoid an early elite fight and you get a Calling Bell or Empty Cage start, or, you know, any other boss relic start that puts you at a disadvantage without actually giving you an upside, you can be in real trouble against that first elite if there's no way to avoid them. What I like the most for my boss swaps is options for Act 1, because you're going to get a whole bunch of different potential runs. It benefits you most to have a whole bunch of different potential act routes you can take. With Watcher, yeah, with Watcher being a pretty huge upside early on, and most characters can actually get away with removing like 2 defends and feeling fine about it. 4 strikes does kill next turn. I'm gonna greed the 1 hit point. Cool, I got it. 4 energy is so powerful in these early combats. Hemokinesis. It's really good damage for the energy. You know what? I think I'm going to grab an early Hemo. We don't have a way to sustain the damage it does, but I want to see how frequently the additional damage ends up being so much it doesn't matter. That we're saving hit points anyway is the premise. I'm going to go with that feels already to be true. Ooh, Disarm, one of my favorite block cards. Not very good against Slime Boss, unfortunately. I grab it anyway. Shrug is much better for the Slime Boss. Disarm lets us permanently reduce the strength of enemies, notably shutting down the heart, shutting down maybe the awakened one. Opt not to play it here, although it might well have been worth it. No, it was correct not to. Happy with a regen potion, less happy with an Infernal Blade or an Anger, given the Velvet Choker here. If Disarm was a common, yeah, we would take Shrug there for sure. Just kind of taking the least frequently seen card. I think we'll be pretty good at our first elite. Do I go for the Burning Elite this act? Probably. I'm gonna go with probably. Let's head in that direction. Skip these cards, though. Anger's still takeable with the Choker, but I think I'll pass. And an early remove transformer upgrade. I like the upgrade before the ambitious elite picks. Upgrading the hemokinesis and the bash will give us really unprecedented damage. Hemo gets +5. Makes it super duper worth playing. Decent point. Definitely saved me health there. Power through is really cost-efficient block. I think for the slime boss, though, we should pick up our first AoE damage card, the Cleave. That's also a really good upgrade now. I like that upgrade more than the Bash, with Sentries as a possibility here. We'll do Combat, then Elite. Might as well. Gives us another chance at a potion. Pretty easy combat, too. Again, saving me hit points. Just by being here. That's a good potion for an elite. Clothesline's pretty okay with a Velvet Choker. I think Headbutt's also nice to get a card back. On top of the deck. Let's grab the Clothesline. Won't be able to upgrade it for a while, but it is a pretty reasonable addition here. Happy with turn 1 disarm against Nob. Nob's also a DPS check, so we'll happily use our strength potion here. Oh, good catch there, Squeak. I haven't updated the which ones we've won with command yet. I just did the other one. Maybe I was meant to not hemo there, actually. I should have done the math. Might have cost myself 4 hit points or something. Happy with the question card, giving us extra options at card rewards. Some strength in the form of spot weakness is a nice way to get started in that direction. Don't really have the block to think body slam is reasonable. Second cleave is okay, but I think I'll go with the spot weakness here. And we'll have 4 options in the next card reward. What's a kunai? X for 3 attacks. Normally not a big fan of the kunai. It's okay here with more energy on Ironclad. Jonathan, thank you for 23 months of support. Let's give it a chance. Be a good reason to pick up a Iron Wave Plus or something. Definitely a fight that's long enough for the regeneration potion. Max HP Sentries is pretty scary overall, though. Lucky we drew enough damage to kill this one. On turn 2. That's usually tough to do. If they get max HP, you know? It's gonna be 23. We're gonna be 1 short. Please no. Okay, we're good. Charon's Ashes does AoE damage whenever we exhaust a card, which is wonderful news. You could take a Feel No Pain to go with it, meaning damage and block on card exhausts. We are fighting a Slime Boss who adds slimes that do exhaust, so the Feel No Pain will have immediate utility. Meanwhile, Double Tap is reasonable with the Kunai, reasonable with the Cleave, reasonable with Bash and Clothesline. I think, doubling down on our exhaust interactions so that we can pick up lots of exhaust cards is probably a wise pick. And Feel No Pain still does wonderful things, even with Velvet Choker, since there are cards that can exhaust multiple cards at once. Struck the wrong louse, dang it. Could I have been so foolish? Ooh, I also could have saved one here. Foolishness amplifies. Oh, you're talking about the double tap. Understood. Understood. Olive could be good for Slime Boy, but what about an uppercut here? Uppercut plus bash plus clothesline is good uptime on the weak, the vuln, and the punching. None of these say exhaust. Like the uppercut upgrade better than either the individual upgrades to bash or clothesline. It cleaveth in twain. Nerds. Also, ow. Actually, wait. Do this. Oh, it's one short of a kill? Foolish. The potion saves me 9 HP? I'll just take the 9. Elixir lets us exhaust any number of cards in hand, and the Dark Embrace completes the synergy package by letting us draw a card whenever a card is exhausted. I'm going to do that. Dark Embrace Velvet Choker's such a powerful interaction here. Medical Kit letting us play status cards. Spicy. Girl Revolution, thanks for the follow. Fortunately, the Choker does limit the number of status cards you can play. These do count towards the Velvet Choker, so it's like, not sure if want. Do want a Shockwave, though. Do want to remove a strike. Medical Kit does not let you play slimes for 0, tragically. Could also go with the boot thingy, although this won't help me against Slime Boss. Would I get the run if I win after giving Choker to Inlaw? Still counts as starting with the Choker. It's still a win. Still a win. Take the Warpaint. Get some reasonable upgrades. I really don't want to discard one of my potions to pick up the Fruit Juice is the main problem with that. So it's either keep my money or buy this Warpaint. I'll buy the Warpaint. Spot Weakness and a Defend upgrade, those are both good. Those are both really good. This, however, is not good. This is bad. So this takes 8. It's 8 either way, right? Unless I use a potion. We do get a potion back. Unfortunate. I mean, I'll still take a Pummel. Pummel exhausts, so we need more things that say exhaust on them. We go Power Potion over the Swift Potion. And I'm going to be brave. Be a brave soul. And upgrade here. Not without good reason. 5 energy? 5 energy. Double Dark Embrace is definitely strong for this run. We want the 5 energy, though. What do you got? Slime Crush, he says. That's what they all say. F? F stream? No. F the run. Wow, you're calling it prematurely then. We got this. Look how much we have it. See? We have everything. We have all the hit points we'll ever need. Probably. Okay. This too is fine. There, no problem. Now we can take a Reaper if we want. We can take an Immolate, or we can take a Demon form. We probably don't want the Berserk. Easy. Easy. Strength gain on the Reaper's a little questionable, but I mean, come on, it's very good. Immolate's also excellent for dealing with Act 2, though, is the thing. But a way to gain my health back sounds pretty good. And it says exhaust on it. Oh my. So what flavor of card removal do we want? These are all the same thing, in different flavors. Empty Cage removes 2 cards outright. The Astrolabe transforms and upgrades 3 cards. Shame about that defend upgrade. If we take the Pandora's Box for 7 transforms. I actually think with the Kunai that we kind of want to keep some of the deck intact here. And the upgrades are quite valuable, so maybe if we transform 2 strikes and 1 defend with the Astrolabe? Or of course, the full transform is pretty good too. Essentially getting 1 extra upgrade. It's a good upgrade too, out of the Astro. Take it. They're the same relic. Oh yeah, these are good cards to get an upgrade on. Flame Barrier Plus, yes. Clothesline Plus lets me remove the other one. Dual Wield Plus means more copies of Reaper, more copies of Pummel, maybe even more copies of Feel No Pain. Is that going to be enough, though? I don't know. Well, we have Reaper, so Reaper's going to have to carry us through some combats. I think is ultimately what it comes down to. I think we need to do the damage. Oh yeah. Like that? Yeah. like one, but does a lot more damage. Reaper value. Cool. There's the elixir again. Don't think we want a second shockwave. Not sure about a second carnage either. Or, not a second, a carnage. It does exhaust at the end of the turn, which makes it somewhat useful. It's a card that does stuff even if we don't play it, right? Reckless Charge is also okay, because for the same reason, it creates an ethereal card. Yeah, Headbutt for spot weakness or any other secondary strength gain would be good too. I think our deck is condensed enough we can reasonably skip here. Question is, do I take an event or a combat? And I think the answer is combat. It's because of Reaper. Okay, Dark Embrace and Feel No Pain makes this fight pretty easy. Let's take the 6. Get bopped a little bit there, but ultimately not a big deal. Barish. Speed Potion. Some decent cards. If we didn't have Velvet Choker, I would take this Body Slam and upgrade it so that we'd have a good dual wield target, but we do have Velvet Choker. So it's only okay. Speed Potion's not that good. Leave that one on the ground. You know what? I'm gonna do that for this combat. How's that sound, Mr. Snake? I'll be back for those. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. 18 plus 11, not enough. Disarm is an excellent, excellent card with the Feel No Pain Dark Embrace. We have lots of artifact busting, too. Not a bad metallicize overall. Take a Disarm. Makes us better against Book of Stabbing as well. Storm! Thank you so much for the 23 months! And, of course, that Prime sub. Much love. Let's see, I think we want to go for the baseball first. It's the most annoying enemy. Oof. I'm gonna go with that was wrong. I made the wrong choice. Some redemption there, though. But I take a sadistic nature in this deck. I would think about it. We've got enough, you know, debilitating effects. Feels like it could do something. Upgrade all remaining strikes and defends. Nah, let's just remove one. More defend, please. Here, here, here. Or maybe dodge this shop, go to this shop. Definitely go to fire and then elite. Getting the very valuable upgrade down on maybe Dark Embrace so it's cheaper. Uppercut upgrade is less impactful with the shockwave. The disarm upgrades don't matter that much. -4 book goes to 3 down to 2, whereas -5 book goes to 2 down to 1. Doesn't really make a difference. Yeah. Okay. This is fine, right? We have 2 disarms. We're fine. Said we have 2 disarms. We are fine. There's one. Stinky. Yeah, should be fine now. This is only 2x5. Johnny, 2x5. Let's... Guess I will use the elixir after all. Hey there, Flannel Violin. Not Fighting Collector. I don't really think I need an Immolate. Have Charon's Ashes for AoE? I think I am going to go to this store, so let's go through this elite combat, through this event. I guess either take a valuable heal or one of 20 cards, ideally something else that says Exhaust on it. True Grit says Exhaust on it. Could take a Battle Trance for the card draw. We're currently not playing so many cards that it's terrible. Let's take the True Grit. Good old True Grit. And I'm definitely happy with the pair. Anything that boosts your max HP is going to be good when you've got Reaper in the deck. Let's see, this would do 6. Won't quite kill, so... Wait a bit. Oh, nah, kill you. Actually, thanks to the Ascender's Bane, the Fat Gremlin dies. This is fine. Not gonna make more strikes, though. Thank you for not attacking me on this exact turn. Really appreciate that. Very happy to trade 2 hit points for more damage at this moment. Making sure we get into kill range for the next attack. Dual wield the Reaper, though, huh? Okay. You know? Maybe I don't mind if I do. Or do I just win? Probably better to just win. Taking my hit points and I'm leaving. Whenever you gain block, Juggernaut could be a good way to scale up from here. Shrug also helps. Burning Pact also helps. Although we'll run out of cards kind of quickly, actually. Not with Duel, we won't. What if I can always make new cards? Right, I'm sold. Love the uppercut on the upgrade on Pummel and Uppercut. Strange Spoon? No, surely not. Panacea would have been good last run, not this run. Inflame is here to give us the guaranteed strength we want to go with this Reaper at least. I think Inflame card remove is pretty reasonable. Could just take more max HP as well. Pretty good. Duplication Potion could help us with the Bronze Tomato. I like Inflame dunking a strike, and I think that leaves me with enough money for a potion? Maybe not. 32 plus 14. No, not quite. Anger could be another way to make cards for exhausting. Why not Spoon? Ultimately, the problem with Spoon is that if a card is prevented from exhausting, then we don't get to activate Feel No Pain, we don't get to activate Dark Embrace, we don't get to activate the Charon's Ashes. Preventing things from exhausting is pretty debilitating for that reason. I don't think I need this bash anymore. Okay, Book of Stabbing a rematch. It's a little scary. Only a little bit, though. I mean, we do have cards that are very good for this fight. Not the Clothesline Minus does a lot less damage than the Bash does. Who even writes a book about stabbing people? That is almost a kill. Let's try this. Probably I'll regret that. I don't. Surprise, surprise. Dreamcatcher will offer us a card in the event that we rest. I, for one, am not above taking a second Dark Embrace, especially if that second Dark Embrace says plus on it. That's even more card draw now, which is probably OP or something. We should have made more Reapers. I don't think it's going to matter. Ow. Definitely should have dueled the Reaper instead. Oh well. Not a big deal. I think I'll take a second Flame Barrier instead. Hello? I feel like I was just here. Feel No Pain decided to show up this time. Good. Actually really happy we invested our potions in the slime boss fight to get that upgrade. Worked out really well. More dazed actually is great, thanks. $373 damage from Ashes so far. And there's the second win. Exhaust all non-attack cards in your hand, gaining 5 block per each card exhausted. Yes, please. I'll take the Power Potion for Bronze Automaton. I'll probably even drink the Power Potion at the beginning of the Bronze Automaton. And I think we should start upgrading Disarms? No, probably the Inflame. Actually, maybe the True Grit. Sure that that hits what I need it to. A Juggernaut will be perfect in this fight. Third Dark Embrace was also hilariously tempting. Now we do damage whenever we gain block. Just gotta rely on the Feel No Pain to really work with that. Taking Reaper is fine. Less thrilled with the uppercut being stolen, but you know how it goes. Okay, I'm probably just gonna Feel No Pain the Dual Wield next turn. Feel No Pain and second win the Dual Wield next turn, rather. I need to remove artifact layers from the Bronze Automaton here. And Nora, thank you so much for the birthday sub and those 9 months of support. Happy birthday. For you. Okay, that ensures we live Hyper Beam no matter what. I think we can do better than no matter what, too. Or wait. Better than no matter what. You heard me. Kind of a rough draw over there. Very few cards left in the deck, but that's okay. Because this fight is over. GG. Definitely glad we used the power potion. It helped out quite a bit. There's a real barricade for us to let us retain block from turn to turn. There's also an impervious for big one-time block or limit break to double our strength. Feels to me like this deck really wants a barricade, though. With how inconsistent the block generation is, sometimes we have really big block turns, sometimes we don't. Yeah, I'm gonna grab this. Oh, and we get to go to Runic Pyramid. Yes, Runic Pyramid's so good. Pyramid says we no longer discard our hand at the end of the turn. Which means we can always line up our Reaper on a turn when we have available... It's gonna make our Dark Embraces awkward, though, right? Hold on. As Overdraw will be a serious problem with the Pyramid. We could go for the Coffee Dripper, going up to more energy, making it easier to play the Barricade. The dual wield is particularly good with the Pyramid, is the thing. Does make Second Wind a little awkward. I don't think it's too bad. But do it anyway. I actually think it's going to be good. I think it'll be fine. Just fine. Right over here. We already have our green key, that's good. Understood. Those are the kind of plays we're going to have a lot of access to with the Pyramid. Like, this fight should be easy to leave at full health no matter what happens on this turn. For example. Gotta be mindful of the ashes a little bit. You're alive? How dare you? Armaments Plus lets us upgrade everything in the hand. It's a discount on Barricade. It's a block upgrade on all sorts of things. I'm taking it. Not deal with your nonsense. Hand clog definitely becoming a bit of an issue though, yeah? Looks like we want an Art of War or something. Constrictive return is hurting me. Jeez. Want second wind. There it is. Wells, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Council. Deck needs a power through now. Ooh, or a body slam. Deck needs a body slam now. Definitely doesn't want madnesses or arrive. Symbol. You're not too late. Welcome to the deck. Benny, the relic's taken me as surprisingly easy or hard. We beat Sozu on the first try, and I definitely did not expect to do that. That caught me off guard big time. Madness isn't good with Decklog. Madness isn't good with the Velvet Choker, mostly. Although it's not bad with the Feel No Pain. Take another strike out of the deck? Yeah. Feed's interesting. So is Panic Button. Sozu was beaten by Silent on the first try. He did a good job. Body Slam is a must upgrade. Sapphire Key is a must skip, since our last chance to get the... Paper Frog is a must skip, since it's our last chance to get the blue key. There we go. Did you know that words are hard? want to upgrade the second wind, mostly. Oh, the disarm upgrades are also helpful. Airs feel no pain. Keeps lowering your weaken. We're not allowed to not be weak. Sir. Self-forming clay is wonderful, giving us block the next turn after losing HP. What about corruption? Making all of our skills free, but also causing them to exhaust when played. I think that's actually shockingly perfect for this deck. We won't always play it. For example, I don't think we play it immediately against the heart, but overall, it's exceedingly good here. So far, 4 elements, the Busted Crown has been the most challenging. We have had a really hard time getting it into play. Finally, a run where corruption's good. That's right. After all these years of looking. Oh boy, okay. Yikes. Let's see, if I Arma Inflame Reaper. Reaper does 12 base. Plus 3. That still won't kill the little ones, huh? Well, shoot. Guess I'd better use a different strategy then. Is clothesline one, uppercut the other, just take all of this damage to the face, and try to get my health back. Shoot. I really didn't need the good stuff to be on the bottom this time. Guess there's plenty of stuff I also didn't want to draw. What if I Inflame Reaper Disarm is going to be worse, right? That would be 6. 9 plus 6 is 15 still? Yeah, it's 15 either way. Okay. At least I get 9 block this turn. Oh god, we're gonna die. Rud. Okay, incoming damage is 50 plus blah blah blah. Okay, we survived that. Good. Oh. You were supposed to stop attacking me for a moment so that I could live. Damn it. Oh man. GG. There are outs though, hold on. We got Dark Embrace into Disarm at the very minimum here. Which can draw a second wind. Okay, we're dead. GG. Dang, that run had such promise. Feels like the Pyramid really actually did get me killed there, almost. We were totally clogged against Reptomancer, unable to draw into... Actually, not even the Pyramid. You know what killed me was not taking Immolate. Like an idiot. We skipped it when we should have taken it. It's not really the Pyramid's fault that we died so much as it is the fact that we have no attacks to do front-loaded damage with. We have 1 Cleave, 1 Hemokinesis, but in a 30-card deck, that's not enough. GG. GG. It's a shame. That's a very promising Pyramid run. Oh well. There's always next time, right? And next time will be tomorrow. Not later than noon Eastern time, as that is going to do it for me tonight. Been a wonderful time streaming for you all. With some cozy Spire. We'll be back tomorrow, not later than noon. Probably continuing this challenge. There's still, you know, 7 relics to beat, after all. But we're getting close. I feel like this week is going to be the last week of this. See you later, First Dane, Phaley, Omni, Space of Diamonds, Django, Random Number Jesus, and everybody else. Thanks so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. But I'll see y'all next time. Toodaloo.